A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
May I help you?
Yes, operator. With a change of time from daylight back to standard, could you tell me what program is on at 4 o'clock?
Just a minute. Say, Mabel, what program's on today at 4 o'clock? I don't know, Gertrude. I'll look it up in this radio guide. Hold it, Mabel, hold it. Huh? Look whose picture's on page 8. Well, take off my glove and dial with my naked fingers. It ain't that. He's not only handsome, but look at that strong chin. What character! Some character. One night last week, he drove me up to Mulholland Drive, pulled over to a lonely spot, turned off the ignition, and said, "Well, what do you know? I'm out of gas." No. Yeah. So I said, "I'll be very happy to buy some." I'll bet that embarrassed him. Embarrassed him nothing. He siphoned the gallon out of his tank and sold it to me. But you know, Mabel, you can't stay mad at a man like Jack Benny. Just look at that picture. The way he's standing there so casual and nonchalant with his coat thrown over his arm. Yeah. And just look at those muscles. Muscles where? On the floor. They fell out of his sleeve. Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Yes?
Operator, this is Jack Denny.
Gertrude, what's the matter? He's waiting for applause.
I'm not waiting for applause. I'm in my dressing room. Now, operator, with the change of time today, I'd like to check my watch. What time is it, please?
It's 20 minutes to 4.
20 minutes to 4? That's funny. I got 20 minutes to 3.
Hold on. Mabel, what time have you got? 20 minutes to 5. No, honey. You moved your watch ahead an hour, and you're supposed to move it back. See, are you dumb? Well, I'm not as dumb as Jack Benny. He didn't move it at all. How pretty. His muscles fell out of his sleeve.
Operator, I heard that, and I'm going to report you. That Gertrude thinks she's smart. The last time I give her Ethel for the price of regular. Now, let's see. Where did I put my... Oh, so you finally got here.
Oh, boy.
Rochester, you know I'm always nervous before doing a program. Why do you have to be late?
Late? I got 20 minutes to 2.
Well, no wonder our watches are all mixed up, and it's your fault.
My fault?
Yeah, what were you supposed to do at 2 o'clock this morning?
What I always do. Tiptoe into your room and put a hot water bottle on your feet.
Is that all you did?
Well, I must confess, boss, I tickled your toes a little.
Oh, was that you?
Yeah, when I saw the way you had your arms around that pillow, I figured you were expecting something.
Rochester, I always sleep with my arms around the pillow.
I know, but last night you looked at it and said, "Don't you think two can live as cheap as one?"
See, I do the silliest things in my sleep. I can understand putting my arms around a pillow, but talking to it. Rochester, why didn't you wake me up?
I hate to cut in, boss. You were dancing.
Well, Rochester, I'm going down to the hall to Miss Livingston's dressing room. I'll see you later. Gee, but it's great after being out late, walking my pillow back home. La, 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 la. Mary, are you in there?
Just a minute, Jack. I'm not dressed yet. Oh, Pauline. Yes, Miss Livingston. Mr. Benny wants to come in. Help me into my dressing room. Yes, ma'am. Miss Livingston, how long has he been on your program? Well, Pauline, it isn't my program. It's Mr. Benny's, and Mr. Benny's a star. I just work for him, and he pays me a very nice salary. Not as much as I pay you, but a very nice salary. dress look? It's all right, Miss Livingston. But if I were you, I'd wear it a little shorter. You have such pretty legs. Oh, well, thanks, Pauline. It's too bad you only have 2 of them. What? Well, what I mean is, when you got something so nice, it's too bad you can't have more of it.
Well, believe me, Pauline, every girl who has nice legs is perfectly satisfied with just 2 of them. After all, who'd look at a girl with 3 legs?
Everybody.
Mary, how about it?
Just a minute.
I don't know why it takes women so long to get dressed. Men don't take that long. Rochester throws me together in 5 minutes. Sometimes quicker.
Jack.
Oh, Bob, I thought you were on stage rehearsing the band.
Well, I stood it just as long as I could.
What do you mean?
Well, Jack, when I agreed to take over the same orchestra that you always had, I didn't know what I was getting into. What? These guys are driving me nuts.
Why, what's wrong?
Well, look. In the first place, I'm stuck with an electric guitar player whose nose lights up.
I know.
Yeah, but there's a trombone player who's chained to the guy sitting next to him.
Look, Bob.
And a drummer with a candle on his head because it's his birthday.
Bob.
And I'm not even going to mention the accordion player who cracks peanuts in the pleat.
Well, Bob, just have patience. I'm sure that...
Oh, Mr. Benny.
What is it, Dennis?
John Wilson is looking all over for you. You should have started your program 15 minutes ago.
15 minutes ago? I got a 3:15.
I've got a 4:04.
Dennis, what does your watch say?
Bolivar.
I don't mean that. Anyway, kids, if we're 15 minutes late, we better get out on the stage.
Jack, where have you been? Hurry.
Look, Don, this is not my fault.
What's the program?
Don, daylight saving time got me mixed up, but we still have plenty of time to do the sketch. So just take it easy.
Jack, which sketch are we going to do?
We're going to do a satire on that wonderful picture, High Noon, which starred Gary Cooper. I am going to play the leading role.
You don't even know what time it is.
Oh, quiet. Don, turn to page 12 and introduce our play.
Okay, Jack.
Bob, is the orchestra ready?
Well, some of the boys are sitting up.
Good. Take it, Don.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction of the evening, we're going to present our version of that epic of the West, the Stanley Kramer production of High Noon. The time is the year 1875. The place, the little town of Hadleyville. The scene is in the office of the Justice of the Peace.
I'm the town marshal, and my name is Gary King. This is my wedding day. Yep. Right at this moment, I'm a-getting married to my sweetheart, Amy.
Do not forsake me, oh my darling, on this our wedding day. Do not forsake me, oh my darling.
Do you, Amy, take this man, Gary, to be your lawful wedded husband?
I do.
Do you, Gary, take Amy for your lawful wedded wife? Yep. Now, repeat after me, Amy. I, Amy, take thee, Gary, to love, honor, and cherish.
I, Amy, take thee, Gary, to love, honor, and cherish.
Now you, Gary. I, Gary, take thee, Amy, to love, honor, and cherish. I, Gary, take thee, Amy, to love, honor, and cherish. And with all my worldly goods I thee endow. And with... Come on, repeat it. And with all my worldly goods I thee endow. I'll, Gary, take thee, Amy, to love, honor, and cherish.
Yes, I even had to buy the ring.
I now pronounce you man and wife.
Gary, my husband.
Amy, my bride. Kiss me. It's customary for the justice of the peace to get the first kiss. Stand aside, Amy. The man wants to kiss me. Oh. Come on, Mary. Mary is playing the part of Amy. Let's get going on our honeymoon.
Gee, Jerry, I'm so glad you're going to give up your job as marshal and put those awful guns away.
Yes, Amy. Now we can have a peaceful life.
Marshal! Marshal!
Yeah, what's up?
Terrible news. Frank Miller's been released from jail.
No.
Yeah, and he's arriving in town at high noon.
High noon.
Yes, high noon, and 3 of his henchmen are waiting at the railroad station to meet him.
Where are my guns? And I better swear in some deputies. I gotta get Frank Miller before he gets me.
Jerry, tell me, what's this all about?
Amy, 5 years ago, I arrested Frank Miller and sent him to jail. He vowed he'd kill me when he got out. So I gotta get him first.
But, Jerry, you may be killed. I don't want to become a widow on my wedding day. I want to go on a honeymoon.
Look, Amy, I can't run away. You wouldn't want to be married to a coward, would you?
I'd do anything to get out of the May Company.
It was then I realized that Amy spelled sideways was May. But I had my duty to perform, even if it meant losing Amy. I went outside and walked the hot, dusty, deserted street, looking in vain for men to serve as deputies.
Oh, to be torn with love and duty, supposing I lose my fair-haired beauty. Look at that big hand move along, here in high noon. He made a vow while in state prison, vow would be my life for him.
I went everywhere looking for deputies. I went to their homes, to the general store, and I went to the town saloon. In fact, we had a scene in the saloon. But we cut it because Bill Harris is on another network. Finally, I went looking for desperate Dennis McNulty, a man who had been my assistant. Suddenly I saw him. He came riding towards me.
Whoa, whoa, easy now, easy, old Pete.
I never had the heart to tell him. He rode that cow everywhere. In fact, he was the man who originated the white line down the middle of the street. He dismounted and said,
Hi, Gary. Congratulations. I heard you just got married.
That's right, I did.
Who'd you marry? School teacher?
No way.
You always do in westerns.
Look, I haven't time to talk about that. I'm in trouble, Frank. I'm in trouble. Frank Miller's coming back in town to kill me. I need help. Also a rehearsal.
You sure do. Sure came to the right man. I'll help you.
You will? Sure you're not afraid?
Of course not. When I see Frank Miller, I'll sneak up behind him.
Uh-huh.
Then I'll stick my gun in his back and say, feet up.
You mean hands up?
No, feet up. Pat him on the popo.
What?
Let's hear him laugh.
As I left him, he turned the cow over on its back and was milking it. Looked like the fountain at Wilshire and Santa Monica. I kept walking on through the town looking for help. The streets were deserted. It was getting close to high noon, and I had to find somebody to deputize. So I just kept walking. Walk. Time was running short. Still, I could find no one to help me. I was a marked man. No one would even come near me. This was before the days of chlorophyll. I didn't know what to do. In my search for help, I wandered down to the Mexican Quarter. I came upon a group of people who were having a fiesta. Meeting a deputy badly, I approached one of the men and said,
Pardon me, senor, but do you know who I am? You know there's a man out to kill me? Would you be willing to help me? What's your name? Ty? Now you, senorita, are you a sister? Is it all right for your brother to help me? What's your name?
Conchita, Guadalupe, Lolita, Hernandez, Gonzalez, Carita, Del Prado, Ramona, Rosita, Ramirez.
Conchita, Guadalupe, Lolita, Hernandez, Gonzalez, Carita, Del Prado, Ramona, Rosita, Ramirez? But that name is too long. What can I call you?
Sue.
Sue? But I was talking to her, wasn't I? What do you do for a living?
So.
So?
I appreciated their offer to help. But I couldn't take a chance on Conchita, Guadalupe, Lolita, Hernandez, Gonzalez, Clarita, Del Prado, Ramona, Rosita, Ramirez getting killed. It would drive the tombstone maker nuts. Now I had to make up my mind. I wasn't going to wait for Miller to come looking for me. I decided to go down to the railroad station and wait for him.
He made a vow while in state prison, vowed would be my life for his. I'm not afraid of death, but oh, what will I do if you leave me?
I reached the railroad station. Frank Miller's train was due to arrive at high noon. With only a few minutes to wait. I went inside.
Train now loading on track 5 for Anaheim. Kamanga.
I was alone in the station except for one cowboy. Thinking I could make him a deputy, I went over to talk to him.
What's your name, partner?
Tex Crosby.
Texas, and you were born in Texas.
No, I was born in Louisiana, but ain't nobody going to call me Louise.
That's an old joke.
Well, it was new in 1875.
Oh, yes. What are you doing here anyway, Tex?
Well, I'm waiting for Frank Miller to arrive. We're going to kill the town marshal.
Oh, you are, eh? Well, I'm the town marshal, and I'm going to kill you.
Train now leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Coop.
Well, I'll give you a fighting chance. When I count 3, draw on 2. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh!
Among
I got you, Tex.
Oh!
As he lay there, he reminded me of his brother. He was a groaner, too. Now I had gotten rid of one of the killers. The high noon train pulled into the station. Came to a stop. Frank Miller got off the very last car and was met by his two remaining henchmen. This was my date with death. I felt a lonely silence as I walked toward the three men who wanted to kill me. Alone in the blazing noonday sun with my hand on my gun. Slowly I kept it going toward them. My clumsy sound man got up and I continued walking. My hands were sweaty. My throat was dry. I knew that within 1 minute either they or I would be dead. As soon as I got within pistol range, I drew my gun and fired. Yep. I killed all three of them without giving them a chance to talk. This wasn't the way it was done in the picture. But I know how to save money on actors. I was safe now. The only problem was whether to ask my wife to come back to me or go looking for Conchita Guadalupe, Lolita Hernandez, Gonzalez Sarita del Prado, Ramona Rosita Ramirez. But regardless of the mix-up in daylight saving time, I and the whole town knew it was high noon. We're a little late, so good night, folks.
The Jack Benny Program. Starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce the star of our show. A man who...
Wait a minute, Don, wait a minute.
What?
You better not start the program until we're sure we're working.
Working? Mary, what's this all about?
Well, Bob, remember what happened last week? Jack got all mixed up. Missed half his program, and now he's in trouble with a sponsor.
Hey, this is serious. Jack loses the program, I'll have to go out and find a job.
So will I.
What did you do, Mary?
Well, I don't know whether to get my own radio show or go into television.
Oh?
But in the meantime, tell your wife to buy her stockings at the May Company. I'll give her a discount.
I will. Where's Jack now?
He's on the phone in his dressing room talking to the sponsor. Gee, I hope it works out all right.
You see, Mr. Lewis, when I missed my program last week, it wasn't... Mr. Lewis, are you listening?
Yes, Jack, I'm listening.
Well, when I missed the first half of my program last week, it wasn't my fault. See, my watch said 3:15 when it was really 4:15. So you see, it wasn't my fault at all, you know.
Excuses. Nothing but excuses.
But, Mr. Lewis, didn't you ever make a mistake?
I never make mistakes.
Oh. Well, anyway, Mr. Lewis, when you hired me...
All right, I made one.
I knew you'd admit it. Anyway, Mr. Lewis, when you hired me, we had an understanding Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis! Oh, my goodness, we've been cut off. Operator! Operator!
Oh, Mabel, what is it, Geister?
Mr. Benny's line is flashing.
Yeah, I wonder what Kiss of Fire wants now.
Maybe he... Uh-oh. He was talking to New York, and I must have cut him off. I'm sorry, Mr. Benny. I'll connect you again.
Say, Gertrude, let's listen in and hear what he's saying.
Listen in? Mabel, how can you suggest a thing like that?
Oh, now, Gertrude, don't put on ears for me. You know, you didn't get that cauliflower ear from boxing. Go ahead, listen in and hear what Mr. Benny's saying.
I don't have to listen in. I'm going out with him tonight, and you know him. One glass of Manischewitz wine, and he tells you everything.
Oh, what a man. Come on, Gertrude, be a sport. Put on the earphones and listen to what he's saying.
Okay. Gee, the sponsor's really giving it to him. And Mr. Benny's sure pleading for his job.
No kidding.
Yeah. And now he's bragging about his talent. What a great comedian he is. What a wonderful violinist. Now he's imitating Johnny Ray.
You mean he's singing?
Now he's crying. See, sure is lucky. The sponsor said he'd give him another chance.
Operator. Operator.
Yes.
Oh, Gertrude. Gertrude, I'm through with my New York call. Would you please figure up the charges? Now, how long did I talk?
Well, you talked 27 minutes and 30 seconds, making a total...
$18.45. Thank you, Gertrude.
You're welcome, Mr. Einstein.
Imagine, $18. Imagine $18.45 to call New York. It's only 6 cents for an airmail stamp. But then you can't cry in a letter. Oh, well, I better get on the stage. Hey, Dennis is going into his song.
I went to your wedding, although I was dreading the thought of losing you. The organ was playing, my poor heart kept saying, your dreams are through. You came down the aisle wearing a smile, a vision of loveliness. I uttered a sigh and whispered goodbye, goodbye to my happiness. Your mother was crying
that was I Went to Your Wedding, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis. And now, kids...
Well, say, Jack.
What is it, Mary? I mean, Don. Don, what is it?
How'd you make out with your phone call with the sponsor?
Fine. We had a little argument, but he talked me into not quitting. And now...
But, Jack, something's wrong. Look how nervous you are.
Mary's right, Jack. What are you worried about?
Look, all of you. Everything went fine. I'm not worried, and I'm not nervous. Now, let's get on with the show. Where's Kenny Baker?
Kenny Baker? She has been with us for 12 years.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, look, kids, I'm not nervous. I'm not upset. Why should I be upset? The sponsor didn't fire me.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Jack.
Me too.
Same here. I wouldn't want to have to look for a new job.
Doesn't make any difference to me. I was going to quit anyway.
Quit?
Uh-huh.
But, Dennis, what's the reason?
It's confidential.
Well, if it's confidential, come out in the hall and tell me.
Okay.
Excuse us, Mary.
Well, she can come, too.
But, Dennis, you said it was confidential. If it's confidential, it should be between two people.
Oh, then you and Mary go. I'll stay here.
Look, Dennis, haven't I had enough trouble today? Now, tell me why you want to quit.
My mother doesn't like your program.
Oh, she doesn't, eh? What does she like about it?
You.
Me?
Every time you say hello again, you ought to see the veins in her neck stick out.
Look, Dennis, you can tell your mother whether she likes me or not. You have a contract with me, and it's got 2 years to run.
Gee, 2 years. I don't think her neck will make it.
I don't care about that.
Dennis, behave yourself. Jack missed half of his program last week, and he's having enough trouble with his sponsor. So stop bothering with your family problems.
Yes. I don't care what your mother thinks.
My father likes you.
He does?
May he rest in peace.
Stop being silly. This morning when I called your house, your father answered the phone.
That was a recording.
Now cut that out. And do me a favor, will you? Let's forget about the sponsor and just concentrate on doing good shows.
Well, Jack, I'll do all I can.
I know, Bob, I know.
Say, by the way, did you notice the way I've improved the orchestra?
I certainly did, Bob. The band sounds wonderful lately.
Thank you.
Especially the saxophones. What'd you do to that section?
I eliminated it.
Oh, good.
And, Jack, I've also been scouting around for a new piano player.
A new piano player? What's the matter? Don't you like the way Bagby plays?
Well, it's not that, but I can save you a lot of money if we replace him. You see, the Musicians Union demands that we pay Bagby time and a half.
How come?
Well, he's got 15 fingers.
Bagby's got 15 fingers?
Yeah. He can play kitten on the keys and pick your pocket at the same time.
How do you like that, huh?
Say, Bob, I think you ought to be careful how you make changes in the band.
Well, why?
Well, those boys have been together for a long time.
Yeah.
You take one out, they'll all fall down.
That's right. Anyway, Bob, we'll talk about the band later. Right now, we got a very important play to do.
Yeah, Jack, we better get started with it.
What's the play about, Jack?
Well, it's a thrilling story of how a newspaper reporter solves a murder. Now, I play the part of Scoop Benny, the fearless, fighting, two-fisted... the two-fisted editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Daily Bugle.
Am I in it?
Yes, Bob, you play my star reporter. You're in it too, Mary. And Dennis, where's Dennis? Now, Dennis, how about taking an interest in my program?
Let's do the play.
Okay, now go ahead, Don, announce it.
I can't, Jack. The scripts aren't here.
They aren't? Did you see the scripts, Mary?
Well, maybe your writers have them. They're in the conference room.
Oh, yeah. Maybe they're revising it. I'll go and see. Now, writers are the only ones who take an interest in the show. Say, fellas.
Quiet.
Hey, fellas, I'm looking for the script you wrote for our play. Where is it?
We don't know. We didn't see nothing around here. When we wrote it, we gave it to you.
Yuz?
Y-O-U, Yuz.
All right. Yuz. What a mistake I made hiring those guys. They were standing on the corner selling pencils. I thought they were writers. Oh, well.
Did you get the script, Jack?
No.
But, Jack, this is ridiculous. How are we going to do a play without a script?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Maybe I left them at home. Give me the phone, Mary. I'll call Rochester.
Okay, here it is.
Said he gave me the script. Wonder what happened to it. Maybe Milton Berle. No, he's in New York. I don't know.
Mr. Benny's resident, star of stage, screen, radio, and...
Oh, stop that! Now, look, Rochester, we got a play to do here, and I can't find the scripts. Did I leave them at home?
No, you put them in the glove compartment of your car.
Oh, yes, now I remember. Thanks, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss.
You better rush down here at the studio. You know, we do our television show as soon as my radio program is over.
I know.
And don't be late, Rochester. I need you.
Oh, boss, let's just say we need each other.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, Don, I left my scripts in my car. Will you go out and get them?
But, Jack, I'm supposed to do the commercial now.
Don, run out and get my scripts. I'll do the commercial for you.
But, Jack...
Never mind. Run along.
Okay.
This is my chance to get on the good side of my sponsor. Be happy, go lucky, be happy, get better taste. Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today. Poodly poo 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 poo. Be happy, go lucky, be happy, get better taste. Be happy, go lucky. I hope I'm here next week. I thank you.
Now it's time out for a song by Dennis Day.
Oh, thank you, Don. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our play. A Day in the Life of a Newspaper Man. Take it, Don.
Ladies and gentlemen, as our scene opens, we find Scoop Benny, the two-fisted editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Daily Bugle, hard at work in his office. Sitting at the next desk is his star reporter, Blythe Crosby.
Los Angeles Bugle, Scoop Benny speaking. What? Give me all the details. 7 of them, huh? Say they're taking off at midnight? Thanks for the tip. I'll be there.
What is it, Scoop?
Late show at the Burbank Theater. Daily Bugle, Scoop Benny speaking.
Hello, big boy. This is Mrs. Archibald J. Stuffington of 204 Stuffington Road, California.
Stuffington, eh? How are you, Stuffy?
Got a big story for you. Come up to my apartment. My husband has just been murdered.
What was that?
My husband has just been murdered.
What was that?
You don't like him, do you?
I don't even know him. Are you sure he's dead?
Any more questions?
Well, I'll be right over there, Mrs. Stuffington, and try to solve this murder before the police come. See that the body stays where it is. What's that?
If it moves now, you've got a real story.
Well, I'll be right over. Goodbye. Here's the house, Flash. We'll get to the bottom of this murder or know the reason why. Hello, we're from the Los Angeles Daily Bugle. Who are you?
I'm the butler.
Oh, you're the butler, eh? Well, I'll question you first. Were you here when the murder was committed?
Uh-huh.
Did you hear any gunshots?
Yes, while I was making coffee.
How many gunshots did you hear?
I heard the first one in the kitchen, the second one at the front door, and 3 more as I was going through Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Cucamonga? How'd you get back here so fast?
My suspenders were caught on the doorknob.
Your suspenders were caught on the doorknob?
Pretty snappy comeback, huh?
Yes.
Yours gave me that one.
All right. Now, where's Mrs. Stuffington?
Well, here I am, boys. I've been waiting for you.
Now, Mrs. Stuffington, I'm here to solve this murder. And I'm going to question you right now.
Well, just a minute, I'll call my butler. Oh, Goodrich, bring me a martini.
Yes, madam.
Wait a minute, Mrs. Stuffington. How can you sit here drinking martinis when your husband has just been murdered?
You're right. Goodrich.
Yes, madam?
Put a black olive in it.
Now, Mrs. Stuffington, I know you committed the murder, so you might as well confess.
Oh, yeah? Well, you can't prove a thing.
Oh, yes, we can. Look here, Scoop. I just found a dictograph. I played it, and there's incriminating evidence in it.
Evidence, eh? Well, turn it on again, Flash.
Okay.
I want to hear this.
Goodrich, dear. Yes, darling? Did you get the gun? Also the rope, the club, and the poison. You figured out how you're going to kill him? Yes. I'm going to make him swallow the poison, then tie the rope around his neck. What are you going to do with the club? I'm going to pat him on the popo. What? I know how to make him laugh.
Well, Mrs. Stuffington, are you ready to confess?
Why should I? There's not one word there that says I killed my husband.
She's right, Flash.
Oh, no, she isn't. She hasn't heard the rest of it.
You mean there's more? Turn on that dictograph again.
Okay.
What's that?
Oh, my goodness. I guess the radio must have been on while we were planning the murder.
Yeah.
Oh, then you did plan it.
It's a hit! It's a hit! It's going! It's a home run for Ty Cobb!
Ty Cobb?
We've been planning this murder for a long time.
Oh, yeah, they call the paper flash. We got a great story.
This has been the Jack Benny Show with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Jack Benny comes to you each week at this time through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Since the time RCA Victor first began serving the American public, it has become recognized as world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. RCA Victor first brought you the super heterodyne sets, radio as we know it today. RCA Victor developed the 45 RPM system of recorded music. And RCA Victor was first with mass-produced television for American families. The knowledge and technical know-how gained through such pioneering is your assurance of RCA Victor's quality. When you select any product bearing the name RCA Victor, you get the finest instrument your money can buy at prices that fit neatly into your buying budget. Let's take television, for example. RCA Victor, and only RCA Victor, brings you super sets with picture power. These RCA Victor super sets give you clearest reception possible, even in fringe areas. There's virtually no interference. See this new RCA Victor television with picture power in big 17-inch television models. You get a choice of beautiful cabinet styles. Yes, on every count, RCA Victor is the finest name in television. The one, the only name to remember when you buy your television set. So keep this in mind when you choose television, radios, phonographs, or records. Look for the name, RCA Victor, the cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. Last night, the Harrises had a costume party at their home. The guests came dressed as their favorite historical or fictional characters. Everyone had a good time, especially Frankie. The party broke up quite late, and Phil asked Frankie to spend the night. As we look in, we find Phil and Alice at breakfast.
Phil, why did you ask Frankie to stay all night?
Well, honey, the party broke up late and Remley was too tired to drive. I say tired.
Well, he acted disgracefully last night, and he looked ridiculous in that costume. The plumed hat, knee breeches, and a sword. What was he supposed to represent?
His favorite historical character.
Who?
Lord Calvert.
Lord Calvert in history.
Well, you just don't read. Gee whiz, he was the hero of that famous book by Alexander Dumas, the one about the winos.
About what winos?
The Three Muscatels.
Well, I certainly was ashamed of Frankie. He ate like a pig. I doubt if he'll be able to move for a week.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't you worry about Remley. I guarantee that when he comes down to breakfast, he'll be fresh as a daisy. Why, he never overdoes anything. Uh-oh, here he is now. Good morning, Frankie.
Curly, where do you keep your stomach pump? Ooh, those pains.
Wait a minute.
I'll never eat another drop of food again.
Frankie, it served you right for overdoing it last night. Oh, I never saw anybody stuff themselves the way you did. You ought to be ashamed
Never
of
mind the
yourself.
lecture. What you got for breakfast? I'm starved.
Now, Frankie, you're not going to sit at the table looking like that.
What's the matter with the way I look?
You're wearing an old torn bathrobe of Phil's. Your hair isn't combed. You need a shave, and your eyes look like 2 eggs with the yolks broken.
That's a fine thing. I'm a guest in her house, and she insults me. Every time I eat here, I get insulted. I can eat in restaurants, you know. I don't have to come here.
Then why do you keep coming?
I'm a moocher. Now, if you want me to change, I'll do it. But it seems silly to get cleaned up before a meal.
Well, what's silly about it?
I'm a sloppy eater. I'll only get dirty again.
Ramble. Now, when you go upstairs and change, Alice is right. You look horrible, and you're not going to sit... And look, while you're up, see who's at the door.
Yeah, all right. Yes?
I brought the groceries and...
What's the matter with you?
Tell me who done it to you, Mr. Harrison. We'll sue him for $1 million. They certainly made a mess out of you.
I'm not Mr. Harris. I'm Mr. Remley.
Oh. You're looking good, Mr. Remley.
All right, beat it. I'll take the groceries in.
Get your clammy mitts off of them link sausages. I ain't leaving no groceries until I get the money.
Oh, that. Just charge it to my account.
What was that last stupid remark? You ain't got no account and you know it. I want $8.60.
All right, if you want to be petty about it, I'll pay you now. How do you want it? You can have either an IOU, a promissory note, or my personal check.
Now, there's a nice assortment of absolutely nothing. I want it in cash.
I don't have the cash. But would you accept the traveler's check?
Yeah, traveler's checks are all right. Let's have it.
There you are.
Thanks. Wait a minute. What kind of traveler's check is this?
What's the matter with it?
It's on the Moscow Express Company. This thing ain't no good.
Of course it's good. Look, signed by the president of the company, Ivan Ironcurtain.
I think I heard enough. I ain't leaving this stuff here till somebody pays me
Hey,
back.
Remley, who is that at the door?
Oh, here comes another deadbeat.
It's about time you brought them groceries, kid. Here, I'll take them.
I ain't leaving them till I get paid.
I'll pay you.
With what?
With money. M-U-N-Y. Money. With what? Here's a $10 bill.
Oh, it's about time I got... Oh, how hokey can you get? A Confederate bill. This ain't no good. What am I going to do with it?
Save it
son, the South will rise again.
Until they do, you ain't eating. Give me back them groceries.
Oh, hello, Julius. What's the trouble?
I brought some groceries and I can't get paid for them.
Oh, here, I'll pay you.
At last, real money. Oh, while I'm here, Miss Faye, there's something I want to talk to you about.
Yeah?
Something that's for your ears alone.
Well, you want us to leave, kid?
No, you can stay, Mr. Harris. I just spell things out and you won't know what I'm talking about.
What's on your mind, Julius?
Well, I want your advice, Miss Faye. You see, I have a GIRL, and I want to get MARRIED. Do you think I'm too young?
No, I think you're old enough to change your skates for a bicycle.
Julius, are you serious?
Certainly. I'm in love, and I want to get married.
Quit kidding. What would want to marry you?
A girl. She's madly in love with me. She thinks I'm the handsomest man she's ever seen. What do you think I ought to do?
Marry her before she finds her glasses and changes her mind.
She don't need glasses. I'd marry her in a minute, but where can we go? I can't take her home and live with my folks.
Then take her back to Mars and live with her folks.
Phil, stop making fun of the boy. Now, Julius, you're awfully young to get married. How long have you known this girl?
Almost a whole week.
You've only known her a week and you want to get married?
Oh, the impetuosity of youth. Julius, my boy, marriage is a sacred trust, and before plunging into it, a man must know all about the woman he's going to marry. What do you know about the girl? Has she got a sterling character?
I don't know.
Has she got a good family background?
I never asked her.
Has she got money?
$2 million.
Has she got a sister?
Julius, I'm beginning to see this now. Look, kid, would you be so anxious to marry this girl if she didn't have money? Suppose she lost all her dough.
What are you trying to do? Louse up a beautiful romance?
But, kid, listen to me. You can't marry a girl just because she has money and have her support you the rest of your life. What would you do about your self-respect?
I don't know. What did you do about yours?
Well, Julius, I honestly think you're too young to get married.
Why? When you and Mr. Harris got married, you were both young. At least you were. Don't you remember your romance?
She'll never forget it.
Oh, no, I won't, dear. It was so romantic the way we met.
How did you meet?
Well, one summer, Daddy took me hunting in Canada, and Phil was our Indian guide.
Oh, heap big joke.
Then we brought him back to civilization and taught him the ways of the white man.
How did you tame this savage beast?
With music. I sang this song to him.
If she sings the Indian love call, I'll kill myself.
In the cool, cool, cool of the evening, tell him I'll be there. In the cool, cool, cool of the evening, better save a chair. When the party's getting a glow on, singing fills the air. In the shank of the night, when the doings are right, you can tell him I'll be there.
Sue wants a barbecue, Sam wants to boil a ham, Grace both for bouillabaisse stew. Jake wants a weenie baked steak and a layer cake, he'll get a tummy ache too. We'll rent a tent or teepee, let the town crier cry, and if it's RSVP, this is what she'll reply.
In the cool, cool, cool of the evening, tell him I'll be there. In the cool, cool, cool of the evening, better save Mammy a chair. When the party's getting a glow on, singing fills the air. In the shank of the night, when the doings are right, so you can tell him I'll be there. In the cool, cool, cool of the evening, tell him we'll be there. In the cool, cool, cool of the evening, slip 'em on my hair. When the party's getting the glow on and singing fills the air. If we ain't in the clink and there's something to drink, you can tell 'em we'll be there.
Beautiful, Miss Faye.
Thanks.
That makes me feel more romantic than ever. I made up my mind. I'm going to marry my girl Wisteria.
Well, do what you please. Wisteria? Where'd you find her? Creeping up the side of your garage?
Stop making fun of my girl. Ain't you got no feelings? What's the matter? You tooth or something?
Now, don't pay any attention to them, Julius. Come with me and we'll discuss your problem privately, huh?
Okay, Miss Faye. Tell me something. What did a young, beautiful girl like you ever see in that wrinkled old sheriff?
There goes a nice kid.
Oh, great boy. He has all the charm of an old handball glove. You know something, Remley?
What?
I'd give anything to get rid of that kid. He's been driving me crazy for years.
You know, Curly, maybe this romance of his is a way to get rid of him.
What do you mean?
Well, if we can talk Julius into eloping with his girl, we can tip off the cops and have him picked up on a kidnapping charge. He'll get life for that.
Yeah, that'll... No, Remley, I can't frame the kid and have him sent away for life.
Why not?
That ain't long enough. Now, look, Frankie, all we want to do is to get rid of the kid, right? So if we can get him to elope, that ought to do it.
How so?
How so? Here's how so. The kid's parents are against it, huh?
Yeah.
So if they elope, they'll have to leave town, and then Julius won't dare to come back.
Yeah. All we have to do is talk him into it. For us, that's a sin.
Oh, beautiful thing.
Thanks, Miss Faye. I appreciate your advice, and I'll do just that.
Hey, Julius, wait a minute, kid. Hey, come in here a minute. Hey, Julius, what did Alice tell you to do?
She told me to wait at least a year before I get married.
A year? Julius, you can't do that to us.
Of course not. Love is something you can't keep waiting. Besides, we got everything arranged.
What do you got arranged?
I've planned an elopement with Mr. Harris.
Well, if you think you're meant for each other, go ahead.
Julius, I'm not going to elope with Mr. Remley.
Then you better keep your eye on him because he wants to elope with you.
Look, when you try to get this through your flat little head... Now, Mr. Remley and I have planned an elopement for you and your girlfriend, Bougainvillea.
Her name is Wisteria.
I knew it was something that needs spraying.
Look, kid, you love this girl and you want to marry her, don't you? So why not elope with her?
Gee, it sounds wonderful, but I'm in no position to run away. I got no money and I wouldn't know where to go.
Well, now, we're going to help you. We're going to pay for all your transportation, make your honeymoon reservations, and I'm going to loan you my car to go to the station.
That sounds like a good deal, and I accept. But how am I going to get Wisteria out of her house without her father knowing?
Just leave that to us. You call her and tell her to be ready at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Now, just let us know where she lives, and we'll meet you there at 10:15.
Hi, fellas. Sorry I'm late.
Well, it's about time. What took you so long?
I was detained. Saying goodbye to your parents is a sad occasion.
Julius, you didn't tell your folks what you're going to do, did you?
What do you think? I'm soft in the head or something? I just made up an excuse.
Well, did you call your girl and tell her to be ready?
Yeah, she's all set.
Good. Let's get started,
Not so fast. Did you take care of my transportation and honeymoon reservations?
Oh, yeah, I stopped downtown, took care of everything. Here's your hotel reservation.
What kind of reservations did you get me?
The best. I got you the bridal suite at the Black Hole Auto Court in Calcutta.
The Black Hole Auto Court?
Formerly known as the Untouchable Inn in the Pines. The swankiest hotel in India.
Yeah, you can have your choice of either Hindu or Muslim plan. Sounds good, don't it?
Oh, yeah, great. And just how do me and me bride get to this snake pit?
I got your first-class transportation. 2 lowers on the Istanbul Camel Express.
You guys must be crazy. I ain't gonna...
Now, wait a minute. Calm down. You ain't going to India. We've got you train reservations to Fertilizer Falls, Nebraska. Fertilizer Falls. On the banks of the Vigoro. I don't need the stuff, but I had to get out of that some way.
Anyway, we got him, so you get your girl and elope with her. Here's a ladder. Just put it up to her window and drag her down.
Fellas, I'm afraid to climb up that ladder in the dark.
Oh, Julius, there's nothing to it. When I eloped with Alice, I climbed up the ladder 3 times.
Why 3 times?
Once for Alice and twice for her money. Grab that ladder and get started.
Sorry, fellas, I ain't going.
You gotta go. Look, Julius, if I go up and get the girl and bring her here, will you elope with her?
Okay, that way I'll do it.
Good. Show me which house is hers and what room she's in.
It's that big green house with the white shutter.
Yeah.
Her room is the 3rd window on the 2nd floor.
Got it. I'll be right back with you. You'll be ready for a quick getaway.
Gee, Mr. Harris, I'm kind of nervous about getting married.
Now, just take it easy, kid. Just be calm and easy. Hey, maybe I could calm you down if I sang to you.
Well, that might work, except for one thing.
What's that?
Your voice makes me nauseous.
Nauseous or not, you're going to hear it. Now, sit down and put your chin on that curb and listen. I was riding down the lonely road one day in Tennessee. The time was nearly midnight. It was dark as it could be. Dark as it could be. When all at once I heard the sound of music from afar. That good old mountain music on a fiddle and guitar. Fiddle and guitar. Hoo-wee, it was the Tennessee Ghost. Hoo-wee, it was the Tennessee Ghost. A fiddling and a picking like 1,000 men or more. The strangest mountain music you ever heard before. The strangest mountain music you ever heard before. Hoo-wee, a mighty man was he, the ghost from the mountains way down in Tennessee. So I rode on down the valley, and suddenly I saw that giant hillbilly. My soul was filled with awe. Soul was filled with awe. One foot was in the valley, one foot was on the hill. A roar came down like thunder, he was laughing fit to kill. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Laughing fit to kill. Hoo-wee, it was the Tennessee Ghost. Hoo-wee, it was the Tennessee Ghost. A fiddling and a picking like 1,000 men or more. The strangest mountain music you ever heard before. The strangest mountain music you ever heard before. Hoo-wee, a mighty man was he, the ghost of the mountains from down in Tennessee. that ooky spooky mountains, that old man mountain from down in Tennessee.
Well, Julius, how'd you like that?
Huh?
I said, how'd you like it?
I can't hear you. Wait, I'll take my ears out of my pocket and screw them back on my head.
You can do it, too.
Hey, Julius, I wonder what's taking Remley so long.
Well, maybe he's having trouble getting my girl.
Yeah, it could be. Hey, look. Hey, maybe you better get in the car and start the motor.
Okay.
That way, you see, then when Remley gets here, you can make a fast getaway and...
Julius, get ready to go!
Hey, good boy, Frankie. Dump her in the front seat next to Julius. Right.
Mr. Remley, what do you got her tied up and gagged for?
She put up a battle. She didn't want to go with me.
Well, at least you got her. Now throw her in fast.
Right.
That's it. Okay, Julius, get going. Happy honeymoon.
Happy honeymoon. What'd you come back for?
You brung the maid, you jerk!
So I made a little mistake. What difference does it make?
But I want to marry my girl. I don't want to marry the maid.
Don't be a sucker. She probably makes a better bed. Now get going.
I ain't going no place till I get my girl.
I never saw such a fuss budget. Listen, a grocery boy get Remley. Go back and get his girl.
Should I carry the maid back?
No. She'll tip the whole thing off. Just put her in the back of the car and get the girl.
Roger. I got it this time, Julius.
Okay, we'll throw her in and be careful. Hey.
Huh?
Hey, Remley, ain't she a little limp?
Yeah, she's unconscious. On the way down, she banged her head on the ladder.
Well, if she's marrying Julius, she's better off that way. Dump her in. Right. All right, take her away, Julius. Happy honeymoon.
This time you got her mother.
Remley, how can you be so stupid? This dame's 100 years old you got here.
Fellas, maybe we better call the whole thing off.
Nothing doing. Now, Remley, look. Throw the mother in back of the car with the maid. Julius, I'll go get your girl.
And this time, try and bring back Wisteria and not the dog, will you? Remember, it's the middle room on the second floor.
Middle room on the second floor. Got it. Hey, Julius, I got her this time. Here she is. Get going.
Not so fast. I'm going to look first. Nice going, Mr. Harris.
I got in the right room, didn't I?
Yeah, but you got in the wrong house. It's the old man who lives next door.
I thought her knees felt a little bony. Hey, Pop, why did you let me carry you all the way over here? Why didn't you stop me?
Why should I? This is the first time I've been able to get away from my wife in years. Where are you going, fellas?
Will you shut up? Hey, don't worry, Julius. I'll be right back. I'm going back once more.
Bother. I lost interest in the whole thing. Besides, if we get caught...
What's going on out there? What's that ladder doing up against my house?
Holy smoke, it's Wisteria's father, and he's got a shotgun.
Shotgun? Oh, come on, Remley. Let's get in that car quick. We better get out of here.
Yeah.
Come on.
Hey, fellas, come back here. What about me?
You're on your own. So long, kid.
But, fellas, you got my girl's mother and her maid in the car. Ooh, them dirty double-crossers. I'll get even with them if it's the last.
Julius, what are you doing here? I told you to stay away from my house. And this time...
Please, we haven't got time for that now. If you want to save your happy home, call the cops and have that car picked up.
What?
Phil Harris just ran away with your wife and took your maid along to cook for them.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. You can take advantage of a terrific bonus offer if you act now. With a purchase of any RCA Victor instrument that plays 45 records exclusively, you'll receive, at no additional cost, over $6 worth of record albums. For instance, if you select the Victrola 45 record changer attachment, you get a $19 value for as little as $12.95. But you must act now. Now's the time to buy RCA Victor's 45 system of recorded music. Then you can choose your bonus record albums from a selection of 25 hits. Among them popular albums, classical, western, hillbilly, and children's albums, featuring such great RCA Victor recording artists as Tony Martin, Artie Shaw, Hank Snow, and Arturo Toscanini. Yet, these are just a few examples. There are many more. So take advantage of this unbelievable offer. You'll receive over $6 worth of record albums at no extra cost if you buy a Victrola 45 record player now.
Folks, this is Phil again. I'd like to talk to you for just a few moments about something that is very dear and close to all of us, and that is being very careful when we're driving. I don't have to tell you how many traffic accidents are happening daily. It's way up. It's close to 1 million. Don't you be the millionth casualty. In other words, it's very simple. When you're in the position to where you know yourself that you're not able to drive, it's easy to put a nickel in the phone box and call a cab. Don't take a chance. You can always pick the car up the next morning. Even if you wouldn't hurt yourself or somebody in the car, there's always trouble that you might hurt somebody that you love very dearly. Remember that we'll be on with you each week at this time, directly following the big show. And thanks so much for being so wonderful. Alice, won't you say a word to our audience?
Oh, I think you're all darlings.
Where's this coming?
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or record, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television.
Next, Theater Guild presents Casanova Brown on NBC.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world.
Command Performance!
Presented this week and every week till it's over. Over there. Get on the beam there, men. Here comes your personal radio show, Command Performance. Our opening letter is from Seaman First Class BRJ on a battleship somewhere in the South Pacific. He says,
Dear Command Performance, maybe I'm just an old deck swabber, but I've got a lot of young ideas. One of them's Betty Grable. I happened to read in the last Walter Winchell column I saw that Betty was keeping company with George Raft. Please tell Betty that we've got a nice big battleship. Why should she waste her time with a raft?
Well, brother, you've got something there, and we've got something here, too. She's yours for tonight. Fellas, Miss Betty Grable.
Thank you, Paul Douglas, and hello there, fellas. I told Mama not to wait up tonight because I'm going out shortwave. I'm going out with all the fighting men in Uncle Sam's Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard. And that's just about the biggest blind date any girl ever had. And I don't mind telling you boys that I'm carrying the torch for you. And so is that lady in the harbor back in New York. The studio here is so full of stars we could almost get along without lights. So I'd better start answering your commands. First, a salute to the boys of Unit 855, United States Marine Corps. The address is a military secret, but the letter is signed by M.D.G. Jr., who hails from Culpeper, Virginia. For him and his gang, we proudly present Miss Judy Canova. hope you like it. I had a sailor courted me for quite a spell, mid simple life of country folk. Now when he told me that he wanted to go away, my little heart hit almost a road. I said, you know it's true, I love you best of all, so honey, don't you go away. Now just as he went to go, it grieved my heart, and so these words he heard me say. Darn, that's pretty. Some of these days, you're gonna miss me, honey. Oh, some of these days, you're gonna feel so lonely. You'll miss my hug, you'll miss my kisses, you'll miss me, honey. When you go, feel lonely. I'm blue, only for you, honey. Oh, you've had your way, and that ain't hay. And when you leave me, I know they'll grieve me. You miss her, little baby. I'm tired of being a scatterbrain. I'm gonna find myself a ball and chain. And when I do, you gonna miss me. For some of these days. Thank you, Judy Canova. That was swell. On our show of March 22nd, a very amusing man gave a lecture to sailors in which he discussed the facts of life. Apparently, he gives such valuable advice that you men have called him back for a second triumphant appearance on Command Performance. Robert Benchley.
Thank you, Miss Grable. This is a little talk that I'm going to deliver tomorrow to a group of young women about to enter a short course in nursing. I just want to see what you think of it. I may tear the whole thing up anyway. Young ladies, I'm going to say, if I say anything. Young ladies, I am happy to speak a few words of cheer to you on this your day of matriculation. Perhaps I shouldn't even have said that. Perhaps I shouldn't have started the talk at all. If you can't say a word like matriculation without... Well, anyway, I do feel, however, that a word or two of warning may not be out of place from an old man who has been very close to several nurses and vice versa. I like to think of us all as just one big family, don't you? First, there comes the problem of bathing in bed. I mean, of course, bathing the patient in bed. Well, let's look at it from another angle. Let's take the subject of changing the bedding after bathing the patient in bed. Now, as I see it, the problem is to get the bottom sheet out from under the patient without tossing him too far in the air or catapulting him on the floor on the other side. This can be done by calling his attention to something outside the window, counting 1, 2, 3, and then not changing the bottom sheet at all. He won't know the difference in a couple of minutes anyway. Now, once you've got the patient washed and the bed linen changed, there's a question of... I wonder if you'd like to hear something about the work we're trying to do among our boys up at our little camp in Silver Lake. I don't think it's generally known that most of our boys up there are between the age of 16. We feel that by taking the boy at this age, we can get him into closer touch not only with his parents, his school, and his people, lots of people, but also with the town in which he lives, the flag to which he pays allegiance, and to the town in which he lives. I was talking on this subject only last week at our Uptown branch, asking for contributions for the camp, and at the conclusion of my talk, a little old lady, dressed all in lavender, came up on the platform, and placing her hand on my arm, asked, What the hell did you do with all the money we gave you last year? Well, I just laughed and pushed her off the platform. But I quote that only to show how much interest people are taking in our camp and how bright the future seems to be for it. Or did I say that? Well, anyway, to get back to what I was going to say to the young ladies who are training to be nurses. From my experience with nurses, I think that I'm right in making the suggestion that the nurse is likely to hang around the room too much. Is that right? I don't know. Nurses are often very charming young ladies. I say this entirely on hearsay. I never happened to draw one. I hear about these guys with beautiful nurses, but the one I usually get looks like whirl away with a cap on. Only kidding, Miss Tuttle. We now come to the subject of hospital bedroom equipment and its use. But I see that my time is about up, and so we shall have to postpone this section until our next meeting. Well, maybe the time isn't quite up yet, but it will be by the time I've announced that I will be in the vestry at the close of this talk for consultation with any of you young ladies who still want to continue nursing after what I've just said, and who would like to try getting this shoulder of mine back into place. In the vestry, and this goes for you too, fellas. What have I said?
Thank you very much, Bob Benchley. And now for 2 sergeants and 8 privates in the field artillery, APO 957, somewhere in the Pacific area, Command Performance presents the world's greatest trumpet player, Harry James, and his music makers. mailbag now, we find a letter from the gang at the U.S. Naval Air Station, Coco Solo Canal Zone. It is signed by ACH, who says, I suppose you're swamped with requests, and it will be some time before you get to mine. But I'll be waiting for Jack Benny. Well, ACH, suppose I refer your request to the heavyweight champion of microphonia, Don Wilson.
Thank you, Betty. Thank you. Gosh, she's beautiful.
You said it.
And now, fellows, we bring you a man who used to be a beautiful baby, Jack Benny.
Say, Don, when I smiled at Harry James, you see how worried Phil Harris looked? Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I like that beautiful baby introduction. Was that just a lucky guess, or did you have authentic information?
Well, Jack, when I was over to your house for dinner the other night, I took a peek at that old family album of yours.
Oh, Don.
And I must say you were a gorgeous infant. Were you really so good looking?
Well, I don't want to sound hammy or anything like that, but for the first 17 months of my life, I was a length ahead of Robert Taylor. In fact, I won 4 blue diapers.
I can imagine.
Say, Don, I'll bet you were quite a healthy-looking kid yourself, weren't you?
Well, Jack, I
could just see you as a baby, Don, bouncing your mother on your knees. And I can hear your mother singing to you, Rock-a-bye Baby on the treetop.
Oh, she sure did.
That tree must have been a redwood. Well, anyway, I'd like to be a baby again. I really shouldn't keep talking like this, but I was about the cutest little Dickens in Waukegan. In fact, people from all around used to come to my father's meat market just to see me.
Meat market? Why, I thought your father ran a clothing store.
Well, Don, it was a combination meat market and clothing store. On Saturdays, we used to run a special, a pound of hamburger with 2 pair of pants. Oh, went over very big. I remember one time...
Hello, Jack. What are you talking about?
We were talking about me. Don just happened to mention that he saw my family album and that I was a beautiful child.
You beautiful?
Yes, I was. Not only that, I developed very quickly. When I was only 3 months old, I had 4 lovely teeth.
Well, you're right back where you started from.
We should get laughs like that on our own show. Always kills me. Now, listen, Mary. I have a full set of teeth right now. And with the exception of a little argument I had with a cab driver in Toledo, they're all my own.
And what's that price tag doing on the 3rd molar?
Don't be funny.
Say, Jack, did I hear you say that you had an argument with a cab driver in Toledo?
Yes, but of course that was years ago.
Well, what was the fight all about?
Oh, nothing. He just happened to say something I didn't like, and he hit me. Otherwise, Toledo was lovely.
Say, Don, when you were looking through that album, did you see the picture of Jack's uncle on the big white horse?
Yes, I did.
That was my Uncle Beaumont, you know.
And did you see the tree in back with a rope dangling from it and that big crowd of men standing around?
Mary, my uncle didn't steal that horse. That was just a scene from a Western movie he was making called The Code of the West. What are you laughing at?
I'll bet he never saw the preview.
He did, and he was a fine actor.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis. I didn't see you.
Oh, I was around here. I heard you telling everybody what a beautiful baby you were.
Well, Don brought up the subject. I never mentioned it. Have you got any cute baby pictures, Dennis?
None where I'm facing the camera.
Oh.
You know, Mr. Benny, I wasn't a very pretty kid, but I was as smart as a whip.
Smart, eh? I'll bet you were.
All right, you can laugh, but when I was 12 years old, I recited the Gettysburg Address.
At 12? What's clever about that?
Could Lincoln do it?
All right, Dennis, we won't go into that. But if you were so smart at the age of 12, what happened to you in the meantime?
I don't know. All of a sudden, everything went blank.
That's what I thought. Say, where's Phil?
Oh, he's around here somewhere. By the way, Jack, I don't know whether I ought to tell you this or not, but Phil's pretty sore about that crack you made at rehearsal.
What crack?
You know, when you told him that if he didn't like it here, he could go out and get his own program.
Oh. Well, gee, Don, I was only kidding. I didn't mean anything.
Well, Phil took it pretty seriously, and he said he's going to leave you.
Leave me? Why, I made the guy. Gee. When I picked him up, he was demonstrating curlers in a drugstore window. Say, Mary, did Phil say anything to you about this wild scheme of his?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes or no?
Yes, he told me, and no, I ain't
going
to tell you.
All right, I'm not worried about it. I can get another orchestra leader. Matter with Harry James. That's bad, I suppose? Anyway, Phil ought to be loyal enough to discuss things with me before he takes any definite steps.
Hey, Jack, here he comes now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the boy?
Jackson. You know, Phil, it's cute the way you call me that every week, you know. Say, what's this gag I hear about you getting your own program?
It's not a gag. You and I have been fighting so much lately, I thought it'd be better to call it quits, that's all.
Oh, that's silly.
Silly nothing. You're just tough to get along with, that's all.
Who, me?
Yes, you. You're always flying off the handle.
I am not. I'm sweet and lovable.
And you're always yelling and shouting at me.
Shouting at you?
And you're always losing your temper.
Why, you baggy-eyed ingrate, I never lose my temper, and you know it. I love you, you louse.
Oh, sure.
Well, now listen to me, Phil Harris.
Gee, you think they were married?
Keep out of this, Dennis. Now, look, Phil, look. I'm not begging you to stay on this program.
And get up off your knees.
I'm not on my knees. Anyway, Phil, there's no use arguing about it. You can't leave me because we've got a contract.
Some contract. I supply the orchestra, and when people throw money at us, I have to split it with you.
Oh, how often does that happen? Maybe once in a fortnight. And another thing.
Oh, Jack, what are you beefing about? If Phil wants to go, let him go.
Certainly.
You can get Abe Lyman to take his place.
Oh, that would be fine. Abe Lyman happens to be the cab driver that punched me in Toledo. That's all I need.
Say, Jack, you know a lot about music. Why don't you form your own orchestra?
Well, maybe I will. Say, I could organize a darn good swing band, believe me.
If you do, I got a swell name for it.
Never mind.
What is it, Mary?
Jack Benny and his Cincolas.
Listen, Mary, I don't have to worry about getting a band together because Phil is only bluffing. If he went out on his own, where would he get a sponsor?
Don't worry about me. I've got a sponsor.
Oh, you have, eh?
Yeah, I'm going on the air for McMillan's Corn Plasters.
Corn plasters?
Yes, corn plasters.
Well, that fits. Half the time you're corny and the other half you're plaster. Anyway, Phil, if you're smart, you'd stay right here and try to be a little more... I'll answer it. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Oh, you. What do you want?
Are you planning to come home for dinner tonight?
Well, certainly I am.
Well, if you want something to eat, you better bring some food home with you.
What are you talking about? There was plenty of food in the icebox when I left the house this morning. What happened to it?
In the which?
In the icebox. When I left this morning, it was just bulging with food.
Well, the swelling's going down now.
Rochester, did you throw another party this afternoon?
Well, come to think of it, a few of my friends dropped in for some tea and donuts.
Now, listen, if you just served tea and donuts, what happened to all those lamb chops?
Well, I ran out of donuts.
Yes?
So we bored holes in the chops and dumped them.
That's fine. Well, what happened to the big roast turkey that was in the icebox?
Oh, that was first prize in the bingo game.
Well, that's the last straw. Now, you just see that there's some food in the house when I get there.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
As long as you're coming home, will you bring my fan mail?
Yes, I'll bring it. Goodbye. Darn, that Rochester eats me out of house and home. Well, that's all for us, fellas. Good luck and give him hell.
Thanks a lot, Jack Benny and Company. Now a very nice letter from a very nice sergeant at Army Post Office, number 803A at Suriname, South America.
Dear Command Performance, I'm one of the many listeners to your program for the fighting men of the good old USA. You know, we fellas can't thank you enough for the wonderful work you're doing all for us. Our favorite singer is Mary Martin,
and we'll be patiently waiting and listening for her sweet and lovely voice.
Well, Sergeant, you don't have to wait any longer. Here she is, lovely Mary Martin. Thank you, Betty, and thanks to the Sergeant and all the other men in Uncle Sam's fighting forces who have invited me to appear on this program. If the Bing Crosby Show is within your listening range, you've probably heard Victor Borger's upper language. It's a new kind of talk based on the idea that since everything is higher today, all the numbers in the words we speak should be increased by 1. Wonderful becomes twotiful. To pay becomes 3 pay, and lieutenant becomes loot 11th, and so forth. One of our latest song hits carries out this idea. It's called My Tootiful Little Loot 11th. And with the assistance of the Music Maids and Hal and Harry James Orchestra, I'd like to sing it for you now. There's a handsome lieutenant and he's mine, all mine. No word is high enough, no praise to the sky enough. So I had to raise all the words by 1. He is much more than wonderful, so I add 1. I call him beautiful, but 1 more than wonderful. In fact, he's just sweet divine. He is my beautiful little loot 11, and he comes from Timbuktu. He is my beautiful little loot 11, he's the only 2-5 me. It's higher praises that he deserves, so I sing his praises in higher words. He is my beautiful little loot 11, and he comes from Timbuktu. Does he come from California? No. Does he come from 11th Street? No. Does he come from Washington? No. He comes from Timbuktu. It's higher praises that he deserves, so we sing his praises in higher words. He is my beautiful little loot 11, and he comes from Timbuktu. Well, fellas, Old Man Time is giving us the high sign, and it looks like my blind date with you is just about over. And when a gal has been shown a good time, it's customary for her to express her appreciation by extending her date the courtesy of a goodnight kiss. I don't suppose a shortwave kiss can be very effective, but it's the best I can do right now. So here it is. Oh, Colonel. Well, fellas, if we didn't get around to answering your particular request this time, keep listening. Your letter is probably here in the bag. And take it from me, that battle you're fighting out there is in the bag, too. This is Betty Grable thanking you for the date and reminding you that Hollywood turns out a lot of pictures. But for you, Hollywood just turns out. Goodbye now.
Those letters, men, and their orders to us, because around here you're the GHQ. Keep on writing to the station to which you're listening, and Command Performance will fill your request. And listen, fella, for a time there, the Axis was getting pretty cocky. Right now, their worry is khaki. See you later.
Operator, this is Eddie Cantor. Connect me with Fink's Drugstore. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Fink's Drugstore.
Hello. Would you please run across the street and call Jack Benny to the phone?
Well, Mr. Benny happens to be here now, but you'll have to wait a minute. He's talking to the manager at the pinball machine.
Ah, that was a lucky one. 2 nickels, please. We don't pay off on tilts. Tilts?
Listen, buddy, I play the game fair and square. I don't even lay my hands on the machine. What I do with my feet is pure skill.
Sorry, we have rules. We do not pay off on a pinball game unless the machine remains inside the store at all times.
But, Mr. Fink...
You shoved it so close to the soda fountain, you shot the last 3 balls into the molded milkshake.
Look, if that's the way you want to run your drugstore, I'll go elsewhere.
Please try to understand, Mr. Benny. I don't mind you shoving the machine a little. But you're not supposed to break the glass and put the balls where you want them.
That was an accident. I dropped my handkerchief on it.
Your handkerchief?
Yes, I had my lunch in it. I come here just for coffee, not to eat.
Oh, all right. Here are your nickels.
Mr. Benny.
Didn't even touch the thing.
You're wanted on the phone.
Oh, thanks. Help me get this pinball machine off my back. Accusing a guy of... Hello?
Jack, this is Cantor. I got your message to call.
Oh, yes, Eddie. This is urgent. I must see you immediately regarding a proposition.
Look, Jack, I'm not going to get stung with any more of your propositions. I did mine last month when you sold me that piece of property and told me it was a gold mine.
It is, Eddie. I tell you, miniature golf courses are coming back. But that's just a small deal. This position is big. It's tremendous. Suppose I come over and discuss it with you.
Look, Jack, I'm going on the air in a minute. I can't have you barging in on my program unless the sponsor gives us consent.
Okay, I'll hang around the drugstore until you hear from your sponsor. You can't afford to miss this opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the smile of beauty and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, present It's Time to Smile with Eddie Cantor.
Everybody, how are you, Harry?
Say, Eddie, I overheard your conversation with Jack Benny. You know you don't need the sponsor's consent. Now, why don't you let him come on the program?
Harry, we've got a good thing here, haven't we?
Yes.
We're both eating regularly?
Yeah.
We get paid every week?
Well, what's all that got to do with Jack coming on our program?
Listen, if our sponsor finds out people are supposed to laugh, we're through, you know. Besides, Harry, I don't like to have him around. He's such a cheap guy.
Oh, no, Eddie, that's just a rumor. No, really, it's a rumor. I happen to know that for Mary's last birthday, Jack gave her a beautiful silver fox muff.
Silver fox muff?
Yes.
That was Benny's toupee with a zipper on it.
Eddie, you're exaggerating.
I'm not. That guy is really tight. Wednesday, he goes into a butcher shop and gets some liver for his dog. Thursday, he gets some hamburger for his dog. Friday, he gets bones for his dog.
Yeah, well, what's cheap about that?
Harry, he's got no dog.
Really, Eddie, I never thought Jack was that stingy.
He's always been that way. When Benny was a baby, he was weaned on a piggy bank. Believe me, Harry.
Oh, I have the phone there, Eddie.
Hello?
Anything new?
No, Jack. The sponsor hasn't called yet. Why can't you tell me about your proposition now?
Look, not over the phone, Eddie. It's too big, too important. Look, did John D. Rockefeller ever transact business over a phone? Did Rockefeller ever discuss million-dollar deals over a phone?
Yes, he did.
Well, who do you think I am, Rockefeller? Don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, but Jack, I'm busy. Will you call me back?
Okay.
I don't know what to do with that guy. He is the...
Oh, hello, Miss Cantor.
Well, it's Hattie McDaniel. Hattie, I've been looking for you all day. Where have you been?
I've been substituting for Rochester over at Mr. Benny's house. Yes, they put poor Rochester in jail last night.
In jail? What for?
He smiled during a blackout.
You say he smiled?
Yes, sir. And the gold in his teeth lit up Hollywood Boulevard clear to Glendale.
Tell me, Hattie, I'm anxious to know. You've been to Mr. Benny's house. Has he really got a piggy bank?
Oh, no, sir.
He hasn't?
No, sir, but he's the only man I know who's got a mattress that jingle, jangle, jingle. Well, Mr. Cantor, I'll be running along now.
All right, goodbye, Hattie.
So long. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Cantor speaking.
Oh, is this you, Eddie? I must have dialed your number by mistake. However, since you're on the phone, anything new?
No, not yet, Jack.
Well, I hate to bother you so much, but don't worry about the sponsor. I'll drop over later on. So long.
So long. Harry, I can't understand that, Benny. He is so... Come in.
Anything new?
Jack, why, it's Jack Benny. Well, Jack, this is really a surprise.
Wait a minute, Eddie. What do you mean, surprise? In the first place, I just got through talking to you on the phone. Last week, you announced that I was going to be on your program. I announced it on my show Sunday. It's been in all the radio columns. You've had 8 Pinkerton detectives following me for 5 days. Now, when I walked in here, why did you get so excited?
Well, look, Jack, let's not fool ourselves. If I didn't get so excited when you walked in, if I didn't say, why, it's Jack Benny, do you think you'd get such a big reception?
Yes, I do.
Oh, yeah? Well, Jack, I'm going to show you the difference. Walk out and come in again.
All right, I will.
Come in. Why, it's Jack Benny.
Now, about this proposition.
Jack, will you forget business? Forget business for a while. Business. I haven't seen you for so long, Jack. Let's just have a friendly chat.
All right.
Is it a money-making proposition?
Well, no, not exactly, no.
So how are you feeling, Jack? How are you? Gosh, it's good to see you. You know, I never see you, Jack. Of course, I listen to you every Sunday.
Oh, then you, Eddie, you did hear me mention that I was going to be on your program, didn't you?
Yes, Jack. That's the part I heard.
Oh,
yeah. Now, and on your show, you also mentioned going to see the preview of your new picture, George Washington Slept Here. Did you actually go?
Yes, Eddie, I finally saw the picture.
Well, tell me, Jack, how is it? I mean, were you pleased with your work in it?
Well, Eddie, you know, I hate to bring it up in front of all these people. I mean, look, let me tell you something. Now, Eddie, I'm not conceited. You know that, don't you?
Of course, Jack.
I mean, you've never heard me rave about myself, have you?
Never, Jack. Never.
Well, Eddie, I will amaze you in this picture. Now, look.
No kidding.
I really will.
Really?
I honestly believe that for the first time, the screen has captured the real me.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, Jack.
And you know I'm not egotistical.
No. You know. After all. Now, well, tell me more about it, Jack. I'm really interested.
No, Eddie, I'd rather not talk about it. I mean, people might think I'm swell-headed and over-enthusiastic, so let's drop it.
Okay. By the way, Jack, how is Mary?
Mary? Why, she's not even in the picture. You see, it's Ann Sheridan.
Oh, yes.
And, Eddie, I must tell you about one scene we have together. You see, Ann and I have been married for 3 years. And there's one scene in the garden that'll tear your heart out.
Really?
Oh, really. It's where I say to her, Connie. See, that's her name in the picture, Connie. My name is Billy Boy.
Really?
Yeah, look at it. No, but this scene is really beautiful. I say to her, now this after we've been married, you see, for 3 years, you see. And we're out in the garden, and I say, Connie, this is our 3rd anniversary. Tell me, sweetheart, do you still love me? And as the moonbeams cast their magic spell over us, she looks into my eyes and softly whispers, no. Well, Eddie, I saw it and cried.
Yeah.
Really? And when a fellow as tough as I am can cry at his own picture, well...
Well, that must be a real dramatic highlight, Jack.
Oh, it is. Oh, well, enough about me and everything. How's Ida? Did she see my picture?
No, she didn't. Tell me, Jack, how do you look on the screen? I mean, how do you photograph?
How do I photograph?
On the street.
I'm glad you brought that up. Now, Eddie, I mean, you know me well. You know I never brag.
Not that you.
I mean, you know that.
I know that, Jack.
Come here a minute.
Yeah.
Now, don't misunderstand
well,
what I'm going to
Jack.
say. You know. Now, look at. You've seen Robert Taylor on the screen, haven't you?
Uh-huh.
Well, let's not talk.
Oh, come on, Jack. Let me hear. I'm your friend. Let me hear.
I'm acting like a kid.
No. Jack, it's all right.
Drop it, Eddie.
No, let's kick it around some more. Then, Jack, from what you just told me, you really feel that you've established yourself as a great screen lover?
Definitely. To tell you the truth, Eddie, I was so good in those love scenes that in my next picture they're just going to give me a leading lady and a rumble scene.
Jack, I'd like to ask you something. You and I have been friends for a great many years, haven't we?
Oh, we've been pals, kid.
Well, I'd like to ask you something, brother.
What is it, kid?
Who's going to play the part of the rumble scene?
Listen, Eddie, not changing the subject,
Yeah.
but look, I was awfully thirsty when I came in here. Is there any water around here?
Yeah, right out in the hall, Jack.
Thanks, Eddie. I'll be right back.
That's all right. What a ham. Harry, will you come here a minute?
Yeah, what, Eddie?
Did you ever hear a man rave so much about himself? Did you ever see such a display of egotism?
No, Eddie, I must admit I never did.
Well, let me tell you something.
What?
I didn't want to mention this to Jack, but I saw George Washington slept by.
You really saw it? Well, look, how does Jack photograph, Eddie? How does he look?
Harry, come here a minute.
Yeah.
You've seen Robert Taylor, haven't you?
Oh, sure. I've seen him in lots of pictures.
Then you know it can't be the camera.
Jack looks pretty bad, huh?
He looks... I'll explain it this way. Did you ever see a little girl about 6 years old when she gets into her mother's purse and puts on some rouge and lipstick?
Yes.
Well, Jack looked just like that, only he had a red arrow pointing to his dimple. Anyway, Harry... Oh, Jack! Jack, I was just telling Mary how anxious I am.
Harry.
I was just telling Harry how anxious...
Mary is home listening to the program.
I've been telling her to... Listen. I've been just telling Harry Von Zell how anxious I am to see you in your new picture, Jack.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that can be arranged, Eddie. I'll leave a couple of passes for you at the box office.
Passes?
Yes. It won't cost you a cent. You just have to be there at the theater any time between 5 and 6 in the morning, and you can see the picture. It's a sort of an early bird matinee.
Look, Jack, I'd like to see George Washington slept here, but I don't want to get there so early I have to wake him up.
All right, Eddie, I'll give you 2 swell tickets for tonight.
You'll give me?
Well, in return, I'd like to ask a small favor. Remember me telling you over the phone about a certain proposition?
Yes, that's it. Come.
Well, here's what it is.
Yes.
I am going to New York in a couple of weeks. Yes. You see, want to see the Brooklyn bombshell there. And I'm going to New York in a couple of weeks, and I'd like to take your whole cast with me.
That's the favor you...
Yes. Your whole cast.
Don't be ridiculous, my whole... I'm sorry, Jack, but it's no deal. Listen to me, kid. You keep your show and I'll keep mine.
Well, I just thought I'd ask. If you say no, that's the end of it, Eddie.
Glad we understand each other. Now, look, Jack.
Oh, Mr. Cantor.
Why, yes, Dinah. Come in, Dinah.
You wanted it for stage show, Mr. Cantor.
Thanks, Dinah. Jack, you know Dinah Shaw.
Oh, sure. Hello, Dinah.
Hello.
I got to run. I can't let you have any of my cash, Jack. You asked me and I told you, and that's the way it... Shall it be that way?
That'll
You
be
told
it.
me not to.
I'll see you later. Dinah.
Yeah.
Dinah,
Uh-huh.
come here a minute, will you?
Okay.
Look, Dinah.
Yes.
Dinah.
Uh-huh.
Dinah, are you happy here? I mean, are you satisfied with what you're doing and for whom you're doing it?
Oh, what do you mean, Jack?
I mean, wouldn't you rather broadcast on Sunday than on Wednesday?
Well, what's the difference?
Well, look what it does to your whole week. Look, when you broadcast on Wednesday, let me show you. You broadcast on Wednesday, then all of a sudden comes Thursday and Friday. The first thing you know, your weekend is shot. Then all of a sudden comes Monday and Tuesday, and you're working again. Whereas, when you broadcast on Sunday, you've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday all to yourself. Wonderful.
But, Mr. Benny,
No buts, Dinah. I'm determined to have you work for me. Now, I'll tell you what. I'll pay you twice as much as you get from Cantor. Now, how much does Eddie pay you?
Well...
I know how you feel, Dinah. I know how you feel. Just whisper it to me. How much does he pay you?
He pays me,
Look, Dinah, if you work on Sunday, it'll ruin your whole week. Sing.
Of a white Christmas, just like the one that used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow.
I wonder what Cantor really pays her.
Did you say something, Mr. Benny?
Why, no, Harry. I was just... Oh, say, Harry.
What?
Come here a minute, will you?
What's the matter?
Harry, are you happy here?
Yes, I'm very happy here.
Oh, I mean, are you happy in California? Don't you get tired of all this sunshine? Wouldn't you rather go back to New York and step into a nice, slushy gutter?
What are you driving at?
Well, would you be interested in coming back to New York with my show?
Well, what about Don Wilson?
Oh, Don's all right, but with the meat rationing, I'd like to get a smaller announcer. And he's so unreasonable. Why, I offer to pay his fare back to New York, but he refuses to sleep in an upper berth.
Oh, well, that is unreasonable.
Of course it is. After all, how much room does Dennis Day take up? What do you say, Harry?
Well...
come with me, we'll get 1 million laughs.
Well, to tell the truth, Jack, I'd rather stay here and get 1 million smiles.
You rather get smiles?
Yes, I would.
How do you go about it?
It's very simple. Do it like this. Ladies and gentlemen, to help get a smile you can be really proud of, decide now to change to Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. Because firm, healthy gums are mighty important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. And Ipana toothpaste is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it's especially designed to help stimulate and strengthen gums, to help keep them from becoming susceptible to gum trouble, So, ladies and gentlemen, why don't you follow this simple, helpful routine?
Regularly brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertips and massage it on your gums.
So get a tube of Ipana from your druggist tomorrow. And remember, the government says we can't buy toothpaste of any kind without turning in an empty tube. So don't forget to take an empty metal tube of some kind with you when you ask for your Ipana toothpaste.
Oh, Dinah, where's Jack Benny?
He went into your dressing room to comb his hair.
That's silly. Could have left it here and I'd have combed it.
Mr. Cantor, maybe I shouldn't mention this, but, well, Jack Benny's been trying to hire me for his program.
What?
And Harry, too.
No!
Yeah.
After I won, I'll fix him and I'll fix him good.
What are you doing, Mr. Cantor?
You said he's in my dressing room?
Yeah.
I'm going to phone in there and pretend that I'm Rochester.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny! Is it Rochester, boss? I'm quitting. I got a very lucrative offer from Eddie Cantor.
Well, of all the cheap tricks, the minute my back attorney tries to steal my cash, you can't trust anybody these days.
Ain't it the truth?
Rochester, you're making a big mistake going to work for Cantor. Why, he'll never pay you as much as I owe you. Rochester, working for me, you got a future. Why do you want to leave?
Frankly, boss, I'd rather work for a younger man.
Younger? Why, Cantor's old enough to be my father. And if I was a girl, he probably would be. Rochester, your mind's made up. I mean, you finally decided to leave me?
That's right. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, Cantor.
He knew it all the time. Well, I'll go into the dressing room now and find out exactly what he's doing.
Now, if I could only find someone here who isn't loyal, a guy that would stoop to anything, a complete stinker.
How do you do?
Gordon, the Mad Russia.
Comrade, I am your man. For 12 years, I've been working for Cantor, and now...
Yes?
I am revolting.
You certainly are.
Thank you.
Russian?
Yes?
I'll give you a contract if you're sure you want to quit Cantor.
Why shouldn't I quit him? He's no good. He's a crook. He's a heel.
Aha!
And I love him. He's like my own brother.
Russian, don't let him tempt you with money. Even if you do work for Benny, you can't get above the $25,000 ceiling.
Working for you, I can't even get off the floor. My ceiling is zero.
Oh, stop, will you?
Mr. Benny, I've decided to work for you at my very lowest figure.
What's that?
Nothing.
Russian, I don't understand. You've been with me so long. Why do you want to leave me to go to work for Jack Benny?
Because I like him. I owe him a debt of gratitude. You see, many years ago, back in Moscow, I am sitting with my girl. We are tuning in on the radio, and we are hearing... Love in blooming. I am holding her hand. I can smell the chrysanthemums right in the air. And then, my dear friend, I proposed. Mr. Benny, that's why I am grateful to you.
You mean your girl said yes?
No, the music was so bad she killed herself. Thank you.
Harry. What's the matter? What's wrong?
There's nothing the matter, Eddie. Don't you get it? Now listen to me here.
What is it, an imitation of Donald Duck?
No, it's not either. I'm practicing to be a ventriloquist. Shirley's been teaching me.
Oh, you mean Shirley Dinsdale, a little 15-year-old ventriloquist?
Yeah, and when she comes back next week from San Francisco, she's going to give me my second lesson. And after that, I'll come up to the microphone, and without even moving my lips, I'll be able to say, ladies and gentlemen, it's worth your while to know how much faster Sal Hepatica helps you feel better when you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and out of sorts due to the need of a laxative. Because then Sal Hepatica brings speedy, gentle relief, usually within an hour. So you don't have to put off till night taking the laxative you need in the morning. You don't have to risk feeling miserable all day. Sparkling Sal Hepatica has this advantage, too.
Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tonight or tomorrow. And any time you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, See how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny on his violin and me with my golden voice give you our interpretation of Ida. Ida, sweet as apple cider, sweeter than all I know. Take it. Come out back in the silvery moonlight of love will whisper. So soft and everyone should use Ipana. That's the wish of Eddie Cantor. Seen those can't live without you. Listen, oh honey, you. Ida, I idolize ya. I long to love you, Ida, need I.
Greatness flakes are good and crunchy for your breakfast or your lunchy.
Love you, Ida, need I do. Good night. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And please don't forget the two products that make this program possible. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. Now, remember, I love to spend each Wednesday with you. As friend to friend, I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling, ladies and gentlemen.
Of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Presidents of colleges normally spend their days coping with complexities which would unseat the reason of lesser men. But Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, president of Ivy College, is able to maintain his serenity because number one faculty row is a little oasis of peace and sanity, well tended by his delightful wife, the former Victoria Cromwell, of the London stage, from which and whom he's loath to depart each morning, as evidenced by his usual prolonged breakfast.
Give me another large cup of coffee, will you please, Vicky? Or as large an amount as you can get into this little cup.
You've had 3 cups, and I don't think...
Well, I would hardly refer to 3 fillings of these eggshells as 3 cups of coffee, my darling. Mm-hmm. Well, let us say I've had a cup of coffee divided like gall into 3 parts. I have a theory that cups like these were designed by the same vicious little man who distributes soap to hotel rooms. Probably the same tight-fisted misanthropist who got run out of Detroit for putting those tiny rear windows in convertible cars.
Probably, dear. But 3 cups of coffee for a man...
I don't remember where we got these cups, but I have a feeling that you brought them to me in your hope chest.
Well, as a matter of fact, you gave me this set years ago for a
They
Christmas
were little
present.
keepsakes, no doubt, from your childhood set of... I did?
Yes.
Well, I didn't know then how much I would enjoy sitting at breakfast with you, my love. Oh, what wonderful coffee you were capable of brewing.
Yeah, likely story, yes, I know.
Now, may I have some more, please?
Now, you don't really want any more coffee. You just want to postpone going to the office. What's the matter? Have you got problems today?
Yes, I meet with the financial committee, which appears to be suffering from psychosomatic color blindness. They say we're in the red when the balance sheet is as blue as the lakes of Killarney.
Have you ever seen the lakes of Killarney?
Well, no.
Well, I thought not. All the time I was there, it was raining buckets, and the blue lakes of Killarney were a pale black.
Did you by any chance do Sweet Sorrow in Ireland?
Oh, yes. Looking back on it, I think I've played Sweet Sorrow everywhere but on top of Mount Everest.
And here at Ivy.
But yes, and if the Ivy Dramatic Club ever asked me to... what are you getting at?
Well, then I take it you haven't seen the current Ivy Bulletin. The Dramatic Club is going to do Sweet Sorrow.
No, really? What did the bulletin say?
Well, as far as I can remember, it said, for its first production of the academic year, the Ivy Athenaeum Players will present the historic English romantic drama Sweet Sorrow. Of special interest to Ivy is the fact that it was this vehicle which brought Victoria Cromwell, the present wife of President Hall, who loves her devotedly, to unquestioned stardom in the British theatre.
What did they mean, the present wife of President Hall?
I can't think of a better word or a nicer present.
Well, it makes me sound frightfully temporary.
I will go to any lengths, my love, to make it permanent.
But, Totty, won't it be fun to see Sweet Sorrow here at Ivy, bad as it was as a play?
Oh, I didn't think it was a bad play at all. I thought it was charming. I will admit, however, that your presence on the stage had a tendency to dull my critical judgment. I sat there scowling at the program rattlers, muttering at the latecomers, and beaming fatuously at the more appreciative members.
How about between the acts? What did you do then?
Oh, I don't know, darling. When you were off stage, my mind went with you.
Oh.
Incidentally, in Sweet Sorrow, what was the name of the leading man?
Cyril Ashford.
Ah, yes, Cyril, yes. C-Y-R-I-L. Lyric, spelled backward. Almost. Yes. Cyril, the backward lyric. A human palindrome.
Well, it's nice to hear Cyril spoken of as human, but I've never heard him called a palindrome, whatever that is. And what is it?
Well, it's a sort of a backward lyric. Well, a word, verse, or sentence which reads the same forward or backward.
Oh, yes. You mean like, Madam, I'm Adam.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Or the well-known Napoleonic lament, able was I ere I saw Elba. Now, maybe I can make a palindrome of Cyril.
No, wait a minute.
Let me see.
I'm still trying to do the other one. Able was I.
Was. Yeah, no evil Cyril. Yeah, now reverse it. Lyric, live on.
Oh, no.
Why am I wasting all this time on Cyril?
I don't know. I gather you didn't care for him.
Oh, my darling, as a theatrical critic, I am a George G. Nothing. Coin an absurdity, but even in my limited understanding of acting, I thought Mr. Ashford overplayed quite dreadfully. Or am I wrong?
No. Cyril is such a scenery chewer. He's on his fourth set of teeth. But he's a pleasant, harmless... I'll answer it. Dr. Hall's residence?
Mrs. Hall?
Yes?
This is Ellen Kirby. I'm sorry to call you so early.
Well, that's all right, Ellen. What's up this morning, besides us?
Have you read the Bull this morning?
Oh, you mean about Sweet Sorrow?
Yes. Do you mind?
Mind? Oh, good heavens, I should say not. I think it's splendid.
We're putting a big thing in the program about you.
Oh, I better edit that.
And we're having a competition to select a girl to play your part. Will you judge the contest?
Well, I'd love it. Absolutely love it.
Oh, that's wonderful. But we wondered if you'd do one more thing for us.
Oh, I'll do anything but sell tickets, Ellen. With my arithmetic, that way lies bankruptcy.
We thought we might bring the contestants over to your house. And if you wouldn't mind reading your favorite scene, it would help them so much.
Oh, well, I don't think I should influence them. My favorite scene, huh? It would be the second act curtain, of course. No, I don't think I should.
Oh, please, Mrs. Hall.
Well, wait a minute, Ellen. William?
Yes, my dear?
What time will you be home this afternoon?
Oh, I imagine you'll see me tottering up the walk with my lunch bucket and toolbox about 5.
About 5 o'clock? Well, fine. Can you come over around 3, Ellen?
Wonderful. You're a lamb. We'll be there. Bye.
Goodbye.
Why?
Why what?
Why did you ask me when I'd be home?
Oh, well, first, because I shall miss you.
Very nice.
And second, so I know when to have dinner. And third, because the house will be full of actresses to whom I happen to know you are irresistible.
Do you have them, Mel?
Yes.
Well, okay, yeah. We bought plenty of copies of the play, Mrs. Hall.
Oh, yes. Those are the printed copies, aren't they? The published ones.
Yes. We got them from the Samuel French Library.
Yes. I've never seen those before.
What scene would you like to do for us?
Oh, there's only one for me. It's at the end of the second act where the two lovers are torn apart, never to see each other again. And I love playing that scene. We used to say it was the only known cure for the common cold. Nobody coughed for 25 minutes.
Two lovers. Oh, brother, I forgot that.
What?
We need a lover, and I forgot to bring a fella. What are we going to do for a man?
Vicky! Oh, Vicky!
Well, there's a fella. He's not supposed to be home yet, either.
Hello, darling. I'm afraid I'm interrupting.
Hello, Dr. Hall.
Now, William, are you a quick study?
Well, in the matter of the orations of Plato, I remember committing to memory no less than 40 pages in a matter of less than 10 days. Homer's Odyssey took slightly longer, due to certain peculiar rhetorical structure. Then in the Anabasis, which was very small type.
Yeah, but I think that's enough, darling. Yeah, you're a quick study. All right, Ellen, here's the lover. Personally recommended.
Dr. Hall?
Well, just a moment. I don't
Now,
think
William, dear, this is all in the interest of Ivy. Therefore, it's your duty. Now, have you met these girls? This is Ellen Kirby, Virginia Matthews, Alice Reiner, Eva Kiefer.
How do you do?
Now, they're competing for the lead in Sweet Sorrow, and they want me to read them a scene to get them started on their interpretation.
Splendid. Good luck with it.
Yeah, you'll play Cyril's part.
I will not play Cyril's part. Ladies, you must understand I am not an actor. It is not part of my training, except for a certain professional insincerity occasionally necessary when pleading a worthy cause before the Board of Governors. No. I'm sorry. History, yes, but histrionics, no. Those I leave in the capable hands of my highly experienced wife. I would feel like I had married Florence Nightingale and was advising her on how to shake a thermometer.
No, but you're not advising us, dear. You're simply supporting one of those worthy causes. Here, now take a script, William.
No.
See, yes, it's on. Now, let me see. Let's start on page 48.
Oh, really, Victoria, this is...
Please, Dr. Hall.
Oh, yes, please.
We won't be critical. It's Mrs. Hall's part we want to hear.
Well, very well.
Good.
I submit in the face of superior numbers. Also, I am outnumbered by some very superior faces. But I warn you, this may well set the theater back to Euripides.
Well, now, you start, William. Second page, top of the page, 48.
Listen to me, Helen. It is time for us to take off our masks. The music has stopped. The ball is over. This must be the end of pretense. From this moment, there must be nothing between us but honesty.
But, Walter...
You must know that until I met you, my life was mere existence. I was a vegetable, growing forever deeper into the earth of my own solitude, getting bigger but not growing, a little blob of suspended animation, unwarmed by love and unaware of a bright sun somewhere beyond my ken.
Walter,
I have loved you from the moment I first saw you. Moment, do I say? Could a moment last as long as this? Could one moment be so crowded with memories of you? The fragrance of your hair, the music of your voice, the myriad tiny trivia which together conspire to light an empty room or fill the quiet night with melody.
But, Walter...
And with that... filled as it was with an ocean of love, mountains of hope, and flowered valleys echoing with the words we had spoken, in that same moment I started to live a lie. To let you know that the man you knew was a man who did not exist, an automaton, in a shadow play.
But, Walter!
This, then, was the sublime peak of my new existence and the grim depth of my despair. How could I gamble with your happiness, knowing the dice were loaded?
Walter, will you please?
So, my dearest, it is over. We must never meet again, either in this lovely life which held so great a promise, or in that hereafter where is held aloft the sword of final judgment. You see, Helen, I am not the Walter you knew. I'm William Tarander Hall, holding a script torn off at the bottom, and will somebody tell me, please, what to do.
Dr. Hall, I've never heard anything so beautiful in my life.
Well, thank you, Helen. I hope it will be helpful in the interpretation of the part of Helen.
Yeah. Part of Helen, I'm sure it will, yes.
Didn't you ever want to be an actor, Dr. Hall? Your voice.
Oh, well.
Oh, it sends cold chills up and down my spine.
Yeah, I did mine, too, although I doubt for the same reason. Ellen?
Yes, Mrs. Hall?
Now, look, you girls run along now. You get a hot water bottle for the cold chills. And start working on the first act. Now, I may have some suggestions a little later about the one we've just read.
Fine. We'll let you know when the contest is going to be. Thanks a lot, Mrs. Hall. And Dr. Hall... Oh, thank you.
You're welcome, girls. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye. William.
Yes, my dear.
You read that scene beautifully.
Oh, well, first reading, you know, but thank you, Vicky. From you, that's a real compliment.
That's not the way we played the scene.
Oh, isn't it? I thought it played very well.
Yeah, oh, yes, it did. But as I remember, we made some minor changes in rehearsal. I have my manuscript in my trunk in the attic. My own manuscript.
Oh, let me go up and get it for you.
No, thank you, darling. It's all right. It's good for me. I want to reduce.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, we find number one faculty row peculiarly silent. The hush is broken only by Mrs. Hall turning the pages of a script and a slight tapping as Dr. Hall knocks the unsmokable residue from a favorite pipe.
Oh, scared me.
Now, be brave, darling. I'll get it. Dr. Hall speaking.
Hello, Dr. Hall. May I speak to Mrs. Hall? This is Ellen.
Ellen who? Oh, Ellen. Yes, just a moment. For you, Vicky.
Well, thank you, Toddy. Hello, Ellen.
Mrs. Hall?
Yes. Have you decided who's going to play the part?
Not yet. We wondered if we could have another session at your house.
Well, why another session, Ellen? What's it for?
Well, I want to bring some boys over.
Boys?
Yes. We're sort of changing the contest around.
Well, don't tell me you're having a competition for the male lead, too.
Well, after we read it with you, we had a meeting and decided we'd better. So if you and Dr. Hall wouldn't mind reading that scene just once more...
Well, I'd be glad to go over the script with you, but the part of Helen is the big problem, isn't it?
Well, not really, Mrs. Hall. We figured anyone could play that.
You did,
We switched switched the competition to the tough part.
The tough part, yes, I see. Well, of course, Ellen, by all means, come over with the boys. But don't bother to bring the scripts. We'll use my original from the play.
Oh, that's terrific. Thanks a lot, Mrs. Hall. You are a lamb. Bye.
Goodbye, Ellen. Well, work to do.
Housework?
No, rehearsing. The show must go on, if you'll forgive the corny old cliche.
I'll forgive you anything. No. But the show must go on isn't corny, according to my definition. The show must go on because when a ticket is sold, a contract is made. When a patron's money is accepted, it's the responsibility of an actor to give his best as his part of the bargain, regardless of personal grief or distraction. So, when you say the show must go on, say it bravely and without shame. You are merely recognizing the function of a ticket stub as a promissory note payable in performance. Now, in the Elizabethan theater, we find that the actors of the period...
Mrs. Hall, Dr. Hall, this is Spider Kenny, Scoop Morgan, Punchy Clobber, and Dizzy Planter.
You do. Are you boys trying out for the male lead in Sweet Sorrow?
Yes, sir. Well, you knew that, William.
Oh, yes, I know, darling, but I hadn't heard their first names before. Oh. Their families must have had a premonition of things to come when they were christened. I can see it now. The blazing vista of Broadway lights. A glittering marquee which reads, Spider, Scoop, Punchy, and Dizzy in Sweet Sorrow.
well, our real first names are worse. Wyndham, Lennox, Grosvenor, and Fielding.
Oh, these are the best candidates, Dr. Hall. We've already eliminated everybody out.
Well, all right, boys. Now get as comfortable as you can and listen closely.
Of course, you must understand, gentlemen, that this is not my specialty. I'm simply trying to provide a sounding board for the lilting voice of my lovely wife. Please do not expect the performance of a Barrymore.
Well, you may have to work a little harder today. Are you all ready?
All ready now. I begin, don't I? Now, let's see. Page 48, I believe it was.
It was, yes. But I've made a slight change, William. This is my working script, you see. You just read the speeches marked Walter.
Oh. Yes, dear. I know the part.
Yes. Well, this is the way we really did it. Are you ready, dear?
Just a moment, dear. All right.
Listen to me, Walter. It's time for us to take off our masks. The music has ended. The ball is over. This must be the end of pretense. From this moment, there must be nothing between us but honesty.
But, Helen,
you must know that until I met a costume sham in which I danced through my days and wept through my nights. It was doll on strings, pulled here and pulled there, until I found you. And I knew then, when I danced again, it would be to real music.
But, Helen, how can I...
I loved you from the moment I first saw you. Moment, Walter. How could a moment last as long as this? How could one moment, shining as it was, be so crowded with memories? Your face, your arms, the kindness of your smile, the myriad tiny trivia which together conspire to light an empty room or fill a quiet night with melody.
Now, Helen, how can I...
I'm lost! It is the last small cry of one who wounds with good intent. I'm lost and terrified. To think that we who possess such lovely fantasy should lose it all in black reality.
But Helen,
I have gambled with my own happiness, Walter. The wheel has spun, the ball has dropped, but I can't. I won't play with stakes which are not mine, but yours. For you, the game can go on. But I have lost.
Oh, no, Helen, no.
And so, my dearest, it's over.
Oh.
We must never meet again. Either in this lovely life which held so much promise, or beyond that final curtain which will fall upon our hopes and fears. For if parting is sweet sorrow, my dear, then the sweetness has been lost in parting, and only sorrow stays.
Oh, brother. Mrs. Hall, will you marry me?
Spider, I'll certainly consider it.
I imagine, boys, that you now have a pretty good idea of how Walter should be played.
Well, yes, sir.
I'll say this, Dr. Hall. It sure changed my plans again. Is that the way you did it on the stage, Mrs. Hall?
Yeah, just about, yes.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know. You men flip a coin for the part of Walter. The real contest is between us women. Thanks a lot, Mrs. Hall.
Vicky. I've been thinking.
What about?
About Cyril and the part of Walter.
Oh?
Now, the copies of the play the girls brought over. They are the published ones, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then undoubtedly that is the way the play was originally written. With Walter having the... where Helen didn't have...
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Yes. And when did you give the last-minute switch to Cyril?
The second week of rehearsal.
Well, was he properly appreciative as an actor? Was he objective about it?
No, just objectionable. It was the biggest brawl since the Dempsey Verpo fight.
And you went on playing those beautiful love scenes together for more than 2 years?
Well, yes, but professionally you acquire a certain sense of detachment. The actor you're playing opposite is not a person. He's just a character.
Ah, poor Cyril. Lyric live on. My heart bleeds for him, retroactively. All those big, fat speeches all taken away from him and given to you. Well, it's been an interesting day and an exhausting one. Vicky, is there anything tasty in the refrigerator?
Oh, yes, a nice cold ham.
Oh, will you join me in a sandwich?
Oh, yes, let's have a huge one.
Good. But that reminds me. When I offered to go up to the attic for you, why did you say you wanted to reduce?
Oh, not me. The part of Walter needed reducing, Toddy. Yeah, did the result surprise you?
Surprise me? Darling, it left me practically speechless.
But as we sadly start our journeys apart, a part of every heart will linger here in the sacred halls of ivy, where we lived and learned to know that through
gentlemen, Dennis Day. Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Heiler, B. Benadera, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing The Old Chaperone.
A handsome young man met a pretty young maid, andando in old Barcelona. Andando means walking, and he had an old chaperone, a crone. Yes, she had an old chaperone. Maria, the girl, noticed Pedro, the boy, a winking right there in the calle. Now, calle means street, and no one can make love in these streets with an old chaperone, a crone. No, not with an old chaperone. The old chaperone was her tia, and tia means auntie in Spain. She may have an aunt to Maria, but to Pedro she was a big pain. So Pedro just smiled at Maria, the maid. The aunties, they sparkle and show home. The aunties means teeth, and that's just where he'd like to have kicked the old chaperone, the crone, the bothersome old chaperone. Why don't you go away, said the old chaperone. You're fluttering like a paloma. Now, paloma's a bird, and that's just what he gave her. And then he cried in an anguished tone, I hate you, you old chaperone. And then came the day of fiesta. Fiesta! Fiesta! The people all roared. It sounded so much like siesta. The auntie just stayed home and snored. While auntie was dreaming, the lovers were beaming. They danced and they sang in the plaza. Now, plaza means square, but nobody there was as square as the old chaperone. For she left the two lovers alone. They respectfully thanked the old crone. They said, gracias, old chaperone. Ole!
A very special tip on hair appeal, girls, from famous beauty authority Kay Dumet. Lovely hair shining with natural highlights and shadows, sparkling with silken softness, inviting with clean fragrance. That's the natural hair appeal that men prefer. And now such natural hair appeal can be yours with one touch of magic, Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream Shampoo is an amazing new dainty cream that whips up like magic in hard or soft water into a mild, gentle lather that sweeps dullness away. Out of her wealth of cosmetic lore, Kay Dumet blended gentle lanolin with special secret ingredients to achieve this delightful new cream that leaves your hair so easy to manage, so soft and shining with the natural appeal that men love. Ask for the economical dollar jar of Luster Cream Shampoo at your cosmetic counter. Also 30-cent and 55-cent sizes. Discover the secret that women and girls of all ages are learning everywhere. There's a world of glamour in each dainty jar of Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. Well, it's breakfast time as we look in now at the Anderson boarding house in Weaverville, where our young hero, Dennis Day, rooms. So far, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson are the only ones at the table, and, as usual, Mrs. Anderson is laying down the law to her cuter half in no uncertain terms.
Something's got to be done, Herbert. Do you understand me?
Yes, Snuggle Buddy.
Mildred's almost 22 years old. She should have been married long ago, like every other girl in this town.
But she's practically engaged, Poopsie. And I'm sure that the very day Dennis is making enough money to support a wife.
Dennis? Yes, I can picture it now. How happy Mildred will be as they wheel her to the altar.
Well, now, it may not take as long as you think. Didn't Mr. Willoughby promise to give Dennis a raise as soon as he becomes a help in the business?
Exactly. You see how hopeless it is?
Well, the boy just hasn't found himself, that's all, Poopsie. Well, now, it's the truth. Maybe if we stopped criticizing him and helped him plan his future, he'd...
Morning, Mrs. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Is something wrong? You look kind of depressed.
We were discussing you.
Oh, I see.
Dennis, my boy, have you ever tried to find yourself?
Why, no, sir. I always know where I am.
I was referring to your future, son.
My future?
You may as well know right now that we don't like long engagements in this family, Dennis. If you and Mildred want to be married in the near future, it's up to you to make something of yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Can you suggest something I could make?
No, I can't think of a single thing.
We're just trying to put you on the right track, my boy. You've got confidence in yourself, haven't you?
No, sir.
Well, at least you can go to your boss and tell him that you've got to have a chance for advancement or else, can't you?
No, sir.
Dennis, where's your courage?
Same place as my confidence.
Oh, it's hopeless, Herbert, hopeless. Come along.
Now, wait, dear.
Wait nothing. There are some men in this world who are really men, who can do a man's job. There are others who are incapable of it.
But, dear...
I said, come along, Herbert. You still have the upstairs to clean and the ironing to do.
Very well, Lotus Leaf.
Morning, Mother. Daddy.
Good morning, Mildred. Come along, Herbert.
Were you and the folks having a talk, Dennis?
Yeah. Your mother has finally come to the conclusion that I couldn't possibly be a success at anything I tried.
Why, where on earth did you get such a crazy idea?
I think it was from observing me constantly at close range.
Well, of all the nonsense. Don't you believe it, Dennis? They said things like that about all great men.
Honest?
Of course. They said Thomas Edison would never amount to anything, didn't they? And one day he invented the electric light. You can do the same thing.
Wouldn't it be kind of silly when you can buy them so cheap?
That isn't what I mean. All you need is a little nerve. Like going to your boss, Mr. Willoughby, and telling him off good.
Oh, golly, Mildred.
Dennis, say if you don't find the courage to do it this very day, I'll never speak to you again.
Mildred, you don't mean that.
I certainly do.
Well, I'll try. But don't be surprised if I come home tonight and hand you a book on sign language.
Dennis, is that... Why, John McNulty. How are you, John?
Oh, pretty good, Willoughby.
What are you doing down here, John? I thought you'd be up at the state capitol, getting your party's election campaign started.
Well, the race for mayor in this town looks a little tricky this year, Willoughby, so I came down to take charge. Our boy, Honest Jim, wants to be reelected, you know. He's still making payments on his yacht.
John, how do you explain to the voters that the mayor can buy a $20,000 yacht on an $800 a year salary?
We tell him he's very thrifty.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah. But you see, there's two strong parties this year. The Free Independent Citizens Liberty Party, that's us crooks, and the Reform Party.
Uh-huh.
The Reform parties come out for lower taxes, better roads, higher pay for teachers, that sort of thing.
Radicals, huh?
Yeah. Our boy, Honest Jim, may have a little trouble this year. Personally, I'd like to chuck the whole thing up and retire to my toll bridge. But it's for the good of the party.
Well, you might be able to beat the Reform Party if you could split their vote.
Split their vote? How?
By running an independent candidate. A dummy. He'll take votes away from the Reform Party, and Honest Jim will walk in on your machine vote.
Say, that's great. Oh, but where could we find a guy stupid enough to run for it? Fella dopey enough to think he has a chance. A man so innocent that we can twist him around.
Good morning, Mr. Willoughby.
There.
Short search, wasn't it?
I beg your pardon, gentlemen?
No, it's no good, Willoughby. I'm afraid he won't do it.
Oh, now, wait. You said you needed a man with certain qualifications. Well, Dennis
That's
here...
obvious, but there's a point where even the voters will draw the line.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen?
He could be built up with publicity, couldn't he?
Well, anything's possible, of course.
I guess two's company and three's a crowd. Goodbye.
Dennis, come back here. Now, listen, my boy. I've always told you you could go somewhere, haven't I?
Well, never in such a quiet voice before.
Well, my boy, I've got a proposition that's going to floor you. How would you like to be the mayor of Wheelerville?
Mr. Willoughby, have you been browsing around among the medicinal alcohol again?
Dennis, I'm serious.
Quick, how many fingers am I holding up?
No, stop that. McNulty, your troubles are over. This is your candidate for mayor right here.
I think you're right, Willoughby.
Gosh, they're both loaded.
Now, let's look at this boy and see what he's got for politics.
Well, he's a war veteran, honest as the day is long, not a black mark on his record.
That doesn't mean a thing, Willoughby.
He sings and plays the banjo.
Mel, we're getting somewhere. My boy, go home and put on your best suit. You're calling on Senator Tom Harrington down at the hotel.
Senator Harrington? But doesn't he usually support the Reform Party candidate?
Well, that's just it. If we can get him to endorse Dennis this time, we've started the split.
But if we want him to endorse Dennis, isn't it dangerous to let him see Dennis?
All Dennis has to do is agree with everything the senator says. The senator will love him.
I see. All right, Dennis, get going.
Gee, you're serious about this, then? You really want me to run for mayor?
Of course we do, my boy.
Gosh, Mr. Willoughby, this is the happiest day of my whole life. And if I'm elected, I promise you'll never regret it. I promise I'll make Weaverville a town to be proud of. I promise I'll... Gee, isn't it wonderful? I sound like a candidate already. Mildred!
Why, Dennis, what are you doing home so early?
Oh, Mildred, I got the most wonderful news. Remember how your mother said there was absolutely nothing I was equipped to do?
So?
So I've decided to become a politician.
A politician?
Yeah, I'm running for mayor.
Mayor? Dennis, have you gone crazy? How could you possibly...
Dennis!
Oh, so you don't believe me, Mildred? Well, here's my campaign manager, Mr. Willoughby.
Dennis, you didn't take that seriously about running for mayor, did you? Don't you know who that man was in my store? Boss McNulty.
Boss McNulty? Why, he's the crookedest politician in the state.
Sure. I thought up that scheme to run those thieves out of town.
Huh?
McNulty doesn't want you to become mayor, Dennis. He's got his own candidate. Honest Jim Doan.
Well, that's a fine thing. And I was supposed to see this Senator Harrington this afternoon and get his endorsement. Well, I won't go.
Oh, yes, you will.
We've changed my mind.
I don't get it either.
Don't you see? If Dennis insults this senator and ridicules all his policies, he'll come out for the reform candidate, the man McNulty's really afraid of.
Gosh, Mildred, I gotta hand it to you. That head of yours is so heavy with brains, it's a wonder you can keep your neck up.
Thank you, Dennis.
Mildred's right, Dennis. McNulty is beaten if you can get the senator really mad at you. You think you can?
Are you kidding? People get mad at me when I'm not trying. When I am, I'll be sheer murder.
Dennis Day, did you say the name was?
That's right, Senator. Candidate for mayor on the independent ticket.
Ah, I see. Question of endorsement. Well, frankly, Day, I lean a little toward the Reform Party.
Good, I'll give you a push.
You mean you don't want my endorsement?
I got enough handicaps now, pal. Look at your policies.
What about my policies?
What about them? There!
Oh, just a minute. Haven't I taken a firm stand on the slum problem, on the various...
The slum problem? What have you done about it? You've been in office 6 years and you haven't put up a single slum.
No see here.
And aren't you the author of a bill to help juvenile delinquency?
I am.
How about that? Don't you think it's growing fast enough without any help from you?
Now, you listen here.
Policies. Bad.
Is that all? Are you through?
It all depends. What do you think of me?
Well, you're certainly outspoken. As a matter of fact, I rather like you.
Then I'm not through.
You're not?
No. For instance, you say you always fight for minority groups.
I do.
I'm laughing.
I defy you to name one minority group I haven't fought for.
Millionaires.
Millionaires?
And then you have the nerve to come out in favor of crime prevention. Why, you ought to be ashamed.
Being in favor of crime prevention is bad?
You know what a thing like that can lead to, don't you?
What?
Unemployed policemen.
Oh,
Had enough? Do you hate me?
well, no, of course not. But
Then you haven't had enough.
Enough what?
Oh, so now you're getting nosy, asking questions. The big senator. How many subcommittees are you on?
Why, 5 or 6?
5 or 6? One senator? No wonder we have more subcommittees than we have subs.
Day, that's very funny.
Oh, it was nothing, really.
Oh, you have a capital sense of humor. And to think that at first I thought you were serious.
We couldn't return to that mood, huh?
My boy, you certainly have a novel approach. Why, you've got the Reform Party candidate lashed to the mast. I'll be proud to endorse you for mayor.
But, Senator, you don't understand. I hate you. I hate your policies. Get mad, Senator.
By Jove, you're a card. And I think you'll make a darn good mayor, too. Goodbye, my boy.
No, Senator, no.
Goodbye.
Good gosh, now what have I done? That's what I get for being tricky. Why didn't I just act normal and let him feel for me what came naturally?
But I keep telling you I don't know where Mr. Day is.
Look, lady, we go to press in an hour, and I want an interview.
But it's ridiculous. Mr. Day isn't running for mayor.
Don't kid me. We got the tip right from John McNulty.
I can't help what, Miss... Oh, Dennis, at last, tell this man you're not running for mayor.
I can't.
What?
We've got some pretty peculiar men running this country, Mildred. The senator likes me.
Dennis, come into the den. Excuse us a minute, please, mister. Now, what is all this?
Well, it's just like I said. The senator's going to endorse me. I came up with all kinds of silly ideas, but they had no effect.
But how could a man like the senator fail to recognize silly ideas when he heard them?
I don't know. I guess he's been in Washington too long.
Oh, Dennis, this is awful. That reporter wants a story from you, and once it's in the paper, you... Wait a minute.
You've got another idea, I can tell. That scared feeling is coming over me again.
Look, all you have to do is tell that reporter your platform.
Where does that get me?
Oh, right out of the race if you make it bad enough. Just tell him anything you can think of that's bad government. He'll print it, and that's the end of you for mayor.
Hey, maybe you're right. I'll get right to work on it. You wanted to see me, son?
Yeah, Mr. Day, I'm from the Bugle. I came for an interview. Can we have your platform for mayor?
You bet, son. First thing I'm going to do is open up the town.
I beg pardon?
I say this town's going to be wide open. Lotto, bingo, screeno, penny matching, all foul vices like that.
Oh, you don't say.
Yep. Next, I promise to close all the schools. That ought to swing the kid vote my way 100%.
It's not bad. Of course, the kids can't vote.
Mere technical triviality.
I'm putting it down in your very own words here.
Fine.
Of course, I may ask you to initial it later. My editor thinks I drink.
Well, if you don't, you better learn how. You know what we're going to have in all the public drinking fountains when I'm mayor?
What?
Bourbon.
Bourbon in the drinking fountain.
Sure. A lot of our brave boys missed the lush war years, didn't they? Well, we're going to have a lush peacetime.
Hold the paper for me, will you? I'm starting to shake a little.
Glad to, son.
You know something, boy? You might be just screwy enough to get elected.
Don't say that.
Sure. Honest Jim and the reform candidates they're both dull as dishwater. With them cutting each other's throats, a screwball like you has a wonderful chance.
Gosh, your paper isn't going to support me, is it?
No. And that's another sign in your favor.
Huh?
Oh, sure. My paper has a perfect record. We came out against George Washington, and we've been hitting them that good ever since. Well,
Mildred, I need you.
I know, I heard.
What am I going to do? Every time I open my mouth, the votes pour in.
Dennis, I've made up my mind. There's only one solution.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Come on, then, let's go.
Okay. Hey, wait a minute. What's the solution?
Why, we're going to win the election, silly. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't tell you, did I?
No, and I was kind of interested. Win the election? Me?
Certainly. The only one who can beat you is Mr. McNulty's candidate. Mr. McNulty pulled a dirty trick on you, didn't he? Well, we'll pull a dirtier one on him.
Atta girl. What do we do?
Suppose we manage to get a picture of Mr. McNulty threatening you with a gun in his hand.
With a gun in his hand?
Yes.
This is a dirty trick on Mr. McNulty?
When the picture appears, he'll be out of the race.
Suppose he decided to pull the trigger. It'll be a dead heat.
The gun will be empty, silly. You'll have it in your pocket. Then you'll pick a fight with him and let him take the gun away from you.
And then what?
I'll have that reporter outside the door with a camera. And as soon as we hear you say you wouldn't dare, we burst in and snap the picture.
Holy smoke, I wouldn't have your mind for anything. You wouldn't dare is the cue, huh?
Yes. We'll get Daddy's old revolver out of his drawer. Oh, we can't miss, Dennis, and you'll be the next mayor. Will you do it?
I suppose so. But you know something, Mildred? The only difference between my life and the perils of Pauline is that Pauline was all sure of being around for the next episode.
Yeah, you're right, Jim. The kid's too strong with the press and the senator behind him. Yeah, let him be mayor for a year and hang himself. Next year we'll be so strong they'll never get us out. Okay, Jim, that's it then. We'll withdraw. Yeah. So long, Jim. Come in. Oh, hello, Day.
McNulty, I got news for you. I'm going out to win that election and make laughing stocks out of you and your stooge.
Oh? Well, more power to you, my boy. Good luck.
Oh, yeah? You and who else?
Didn't you hear me? I said, good luck, my boy.
Come outside and say that.
Dave, have you gone crazy?
Oh, you want to fight, huh? Get your hands up in front of your face and keep them there. I'm going to hit you right in the stomach.
What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear what I said? I wished you all.
I heard what you said, you rat. Take that, and that, and that.
Take what?
I don't know, but that's what they always say. Didn't you hear me call you a rat? If a fellow said that to me, I'd shoot him.
You would?
Yes, sirree. I'd take out my gun and shoot him.
Well, I don't have a gun.
Just so happens that I'd have.
What?
Here, why don't you grapple with me and take it away?
Don't be silly.
Go ahead. I grapple easy.
Put that down, Dave.
Oh, come on, old man. Let's play the game.
Stop, will you?
I dare you to take it away from me. I double dare you. You wouldn't dare.
Hold it.
Hey, wait a minute. He's supposed to be holding the gun, not me.
Oh, Dennis.
Oh, boy, what a shot. Boy, candidate threatens rival political boss. Wow, thanks, pal. Well, I didn't think you could lose this election, son, but it looks like you figured out a way.
Yeah, that's me. Lucky mornings and normal afternoons.
Oh, it wasn't your fault, Dennis.
Well, it looks like we've got a cinch now. Our boy, Honest Jim, will walk in.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll fix him. He won't have a chance.
And just how do you intend to beat him?
He can't possibly win. I'm going out and campaign for him.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And just how important that is, our Colgate players are about to demonstrate. Scene, a picnic. But it's no picnic for our hero. Listen.
Jeepers, Janie. Every time I try to warm up to you lately, I get the cold shoulder. What gives, anyway?
You mean you definitely don't know, Joe?
Oh, Jenny, I haven't even got the makings of an idea.
That's the trouble with your trouble, Joe. Ask your dentist, won't you? Please.
And here's what Joe found out. Scientific tests prove that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And Colgate's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth. Cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing That's My Desire.
To spend one night with you in our old rendezvous and reminisce with you. That's my desire. And dance till break of day. That's my desire. We'll sip a little glass of wine. I'll gaze into your eyes divine. I'll feel the touch of your lips pressing on mine. To hear you whisper low, just when it's time to go. Sherry, I love you so. That's my
Tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness.
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin. Brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
good Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and Mel Blanc, the creator of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc. Good evening, folks. Well, it's Saturday afternoon in Mel Blanc's little town, and Mel and his girl Betty, like most romantic young couples, are enjoying the movie matinee at the Bijou. Now the show is over, and in some dark spot of the theater, we hear Mary Jones saying to her boyfriend,
We have to go now, Frank. Take your arm away.
and in the back row, we hear Susan Arnold saying to her boyfriend,
All right, Henry. The lights are up. Wipe that lipstick off your face.
At another dimly lit corner of the theater, where Mel has been sitting with Betty, we hear Betty saying,
Oh, Mel, the picture's over. Wake up.
So now we find Betty and Mel, having left the theater, walking homeward, and Mel, still under the influence of what he has just seen, is enacting a portion of the picture.
I want you, Ingrid. I'm going to take you in my arms and hug you and squeeze you and crush you tighter and tighter, tighter.
Mel, get away from that lamppost.
Gosh, if only I were an actor. The salaries those guys make. Clark Gable, Robert Taylor, Gary Cooper. I'll bet some of them make as high as $50, $60 a week.
Darling, they make at least $1,000 a week.
$1,000 a week? Oh, Betty, if I made that much, we could live like kings. Eat the best. Every night, chow mein.
Don't be silly.
Oh, you think I can't be an actor, huh? Look at that picture we just saw, Cloak and Dagger.
Oh, wasn't Gary Cooper wonderful?
Gary Cooper, Gary Cooper, Gary Cooper. I'll bet if his name was Sam Cooper, you wouldn't be so excited. What does Gary Cooper do, anyway? The girl says to him, Gary, do you love me? Will you take me away with you? Will you marry me? And Gary just stands there and says, Yep. Then the minister says, Do you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife? And Gary says, Yep. What a life. $25,000 a yep.
Oh, Mel, now stop showing off and stop dreaming about being an actor.
Well, an actor makes a lot of money. And I'll bet your father would have more respect for me if I had a lot of money.
But that's where you're wrong, darling. Just be yourself. Let Father respect you for your...
You see, I gotta have money.
Oh, no, Mel. No, you're all wrong. I know Father's beginning to like you, especially since you voted him into your lodge. In fact, he may even announce our engagement tonight.
Oh, Betty, what a feeling.
Isn't it wonderful, Mel?
Yeah. Like the time we had a strawberry soda and drank it with 2 straws.
Yeah.
And then we got reckless and threw 1 straw away. Well, here we are, Betty.
Yeah, here we are.
Gosh, it was a nice afternoon.
Yeah, sure was.
Well, thanks for walking me home, Betty.
Come on, Mel.
So long. Gosh, I think I missed my chance. When she puckered up her lips, I bet I could have kissed her. Gosh, Betty sure is nice. I can just see Betty and me married, sharing this fix-it shop. How happy we'll be. Mr. and Mrs. Mel Blanc. Then in a year or two, we'll have some little Blancs. A little boy Blanc and a little girl Blankhead.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Adams. What can I do for you?
Mel, I came over to ask you for a special favor. Will you mind my baby?
You mean little Julius here? Oh, gosh, Mrs. Adams, this is a fix-it shop. If there's something wrong with a baby, I'll gladly fix him.
Oh, Mel.
Oh, but I never took care of a baby before. Well, look. What if, suppose...
You mean he,
Yeah.
Well, that's what these are for.
Oh, fine. That's what I'll need. Bibs.
I'll be back in a few hours, Mel. Don't let anything happen to little Julius.
I won't. Oh, look, he likes me. He's opening his mouth.
Oh, he's putting
putting his little hands around your neck.
Oh, tell him to stop squeezing.
Oh, Mel, he's only a year old.
That kid's a killer.
Well, I've got to go now. Take good care of Julius. Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye, Mrs. Adams. Gee, what a cute little baby. I love babies. They're almost human. Although this one looks a little silly. Oh, gee, he must have heard me. Oh, the baby's lonesome for company. Maybe he wants to talk to another baby. Here. Hold the monkey wrench in your hand. That's what you get for being nice to babies. Well, Julius, I have to put you down back here. Here comes Mr. Cushing, my lodge president.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-ugga-boo,
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. I hope you don't mind me saying so, mighty potentate, but you look a little unhappy.
Well, I'm having a little domestic trouble, Mel.
The maid?
No, the maid's all right. I can't stand my wife. You know, I'd leave her in a minute. I'd leave her in a minute if she didn't have all that money. I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
Well, I think Betty and I are going to hit it off very well together, Mr. Cushing.
Mel, Betty's a fine girl. But I can only say what I say to every couple about to be married. Stop!
Oh, but Mr. Cushing, not my Betty.
Well, go ahead, Mel, but you'll learn that before marriage, everything's wonderful. You're happy. You're in clover.
And after the marriage?
Poison ivy. Well, Mel, I've got to be on my way now. Of course, you'll be at the lodge meeting tonight, won't you?
Oh, gosh, mighty potentate, I can't make it.
What? Every loyal zebra should be there, and especially you, inasmuch as it was your vote that got Mr. Colby into the lodge, and we're initiating him tonight.
But, Mr. Cushing, I can't go. I promised to mind Mrs. Adams' baby.
I don't care if you promise to mind Mrs. Adams. Now, you'll be there. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. But I still don't think I can be there.
No, you better be there if you know which side your ugga is buttered on.
Oh, this is terrible. I'm supposed to go to the lodge. I'm going to mind Julius. Mr. Colby's going to announce my engagement. I wonder what Gary Cooper would say in a spot like this. I know. Yep.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble, I've been told, can make a love affair grow cold. So don't let any breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, spoil your chance of romance. You'll be wise to do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Now, Victor Miller and the Sportsmen doing I Feel a Song Coming On.
I feel a song coming on, and I'm warning you, it's a Victoria
someone to mind the baby so he can attend the initiation of his future father-in-law, Mr. Colby, at the lodge meeting tonight. Right now, he's exhausted his list of friends. We find him working on Betty's kid brother, Tommy.
But listen, Tommy, you're my friend, aren't you?
Look, Mel, when you mention friendship, you touch me deeply. When you mention old time's sake, you touch me deeply. Now, do you really want to touch me deeply?
Yeah.
Mention money.
That's a fine way to talk to your future brother-in-law.
Huh? You call that a future? Hey, Mel, look, here comes your helper, Zuki. Why don't you get him to mind the baby? Hi, Mel.
Zuki, I've been looking for you all day long. Where have you been?
Well, I was here
Never mind. Just stay here and take care of Mrs. Adams' baby. I'm going down to the lodge meeting. Come on, Tommy. So long, Zuki.
What happened? Oh, gosh, it's Julie. A baby. Oh, he's sleepy. I'll sing him a lullaby. Rock-a-bye baby on the tree. Rock-a-bye baby on the tree. I better get down off this tree. What a nice baby. Go. Thanks. Gee, I like babies. They touch a soft spot in my... Hello, Mr. Colby.
Hello, Zuki. Where's Mel?
Oh, he went to the lodge meeting a long time ago.
He did? Well, that's odd. I stopped at Doc Brown's house, and he'd left, too. That's funny they left without me. I wonder why.
Well, if you want to ask my opinion, Mr. Colby...
Yes?
I haven't got any.
Well, frankly, I'm a bit hurt. I was going to tell Mel that he, perhaps could announce his engagement to Betty. And he didn't even wait for me.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Colby. I got to get back to the baby.
Yes, I was going to announce the engagement. Baby?
Yeah, I love babies. Especially when they're 1 mommy, 3 mommy, when they're 5 mommy, 17 years old.
Zuki, whose baby is that?
When you see Mel,
Mel's baby? Why? Mel's been two-timing Betty.
Mr. Colby, don't get upset.
No wonder he didn't wait for me to go to the meeting. Yes, he was afraid to face me.
You got Mel all
I'm going down there. I'm going down there and break every bone in his body.
But. Oh, poor Mel. When Colby gets a hold of him, he'll tear him to pieces. He'll rip him up. He'll break every bone in his body. Is there a doctor in the house?
I now call this meeting to order in the name of the benevolent order of Liar Zebras. The members will now rise and give the password. Boo! Brother Blank, we have finished saying the password.
Oh, I'm not saying the password. Brother Miller has the hiccups, and I'm trying to scare it out of him.
I see. And now Brother Ross will read the minutes of the last meeting.
Because the lodge hall was closed for repairs, the last meeting was held in the back of Brother Murphy's Bar and Grill. First time in 3 years everyone attended. Brother Colby was voted in, and in celebration of the event, Brother Murphy brought in a round of beers. We quickly dispensed with old business. Brother Blank made a resolution to take $100 out of the treasury for the community chest. Resolution was passed. Brother Murphy brought in another round of beer. At this point, mighty potentate Cushing made a resolution to dispose of his wife. It was passed unanimously. And Brother Murphy brought in another round of beer. Brother Miller fell out of the window. A resolution was passed to petition Congress to make Murphy's Bar and Grill a national shrine. Brother Murphy fell out of the window. Another round of beers was passed. The neighbors complained, and the meeting was adjourned.
Thank you, Brother Ross. And now, members, as you know, Brother Colby will be initiated tonight. That's why he was invited late. We will give him the husband and wife initiation, which we used on Doc Brown. Brother Blank, we call upon you to initiate Mr. Colby.
Me? Oh, I can't do it. Mr. Colby is just about to announce my engagement to his daughter. And if I give him the husband and wife initiation, he's liable to call the whole thing off.
Oh, Brother Blank, you've always bragged about being an actor. This is your chance.
Well, yeah. Say, that's a good idea. And besides, he's made my life plenty miserable. This is my chance to get even with him.
He's coming up the steps, and he's raving mad.
Uh-oh, give me that wig and that dress. I'm really going to give it to him.
Now, everybody out. Dim the lights, dim the lights. Go out there and make it good, Mel.
Okay.
Mel Blanc, when I get my hands on...
Oh, gosh, it's dark in here. Well, what's happening? Where is everybody? There's nobody here.
Nobody but little old me and big fat you.
Well, there's supposed to be a meeting of the zebras here. And...
Well, if you're looking for a zebra, you don't want me. I'll just run along.
Oh, no, don't do that. Stay a while. What's your name?
Lulabelle Feigenstein Holt.
Lulabelle, what a beautiful name.
You all can call me Miss Feigenstein Holt. Golly, I just get goosebumpy all over being all alone with a big, handsome man like you.
Did you say handsome?
That's what I said. I said handsome. Handsome, that is. You northern boys are so strong. Do you all mind if I feel your muscles? My, you got real Yankee muscles. Way up north. All around your head. Mind if I call you Musclehead?
A girl like you can call me anything.
Oh, I'll bet if you ever took me in your arms, you could crush me to a pulp.
Lulabelle, if I ever took you all in my arms, I wouldn't waste time of crushing you.
No? What would you do?
I'd kiss you.
Oh! Well, you can kiss me if you catch me.
Well, here I go. Oh!
There you went.
Lulabelle, you tripped me.
Oh, no, I didn't. I kicked you.
Now, come here, Lulabelle. I was just trying to show you some northern hospitality.
Well, you ain't going to get any southern comfort from me. Oh, well, pardon me. I got to leave the room a moment. You wait right here.
Here, Mel, change into these clothes, quick. You're terrific. When Colby tried to kiss you, we thought we'd die.
Yeah, it made me sick, too.
Okay, go on in now. Here's the shotgun.
Yeah.
Is that you, Lulabelle? Well, come in.
Aha! You thought you'd get away, you all, huh? What? You've been a trifling with the affections of my wife, Lulabelle Feigenstein Holt. Your wife? Oh, what a ghastly mistake. How dare you call my wife a ghastly mistake? I'm going to take this gun and blow your brains out.
Please, Mr. Feigenstein Holt. Don't shoot me. I'm a good citizen. I work hard. I support a family. I pay my taxes. And when election time comes around, I go to the polls and vote.
Oh, a Republican! That's the last straw. I'm going to fill you so full of holes, you're going to look like cream cheese.
Don't you mean Swiss cheese?
No, I changed my mind. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. So if you have anything further to say...
What do you mean I can't come in? I'm coming in anyway. Where's Mel Blanc? Zuki, I don't see Mel Blanc anywhere.
Oh, that's him over there, Mrs. Adams, with a gun in his hand.
What? You're Mel Blanc? Why, I'll tear you limb from limb.
Now, don't get excited, Musclehead. I mean, Mr. Colby.
I have never been so humiliated in...
Boo, boo,
Hey, honor. Well, we just initiated you, Brother Colby, and you passed with flying colors.
Well, anyway, Mel Blanc, I've got my own score to settle with you. You, the father of this child. Why, I'll annihilate you.
What? Mel, the father of this child? Julius, did you hear what that man said?
There you see, Mr. Colby? Well, Mel, my boy, I'm sorry. Oh, I see. It's just been a big joke, that's all, huh?
Oh, maybe it's funny to you, but Mel Blanc, you left my child with Zuki all night, and now look what happened.
What?
Listen to Julius.
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, can lose you friends and alienate people. So ask yourself if you could have this social handicap. Best thing to do is to guard against it. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
And this is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and
That's all, folks.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Makers of Tender Leaf Tea and Bluebonnet Margarine present The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Jack Haley, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarcos, Al Goodman, his orchestra, and Kenny Delmar. The year-round, all-weather, all-purpose beverage is delicious Tender Leaf Tea. Fall, winter, spring, and summer. The all-weather, all-purpose beverage is tea. And month in, month out, Tender Leaf Tea Balls are the all-American favorite. Save money on Tender Leaf Tea Balls by getting the jumbo box of 48. Add economy to all the other reasons for their record-breaking popularity. Tender Leaf Tea Balls outsell all other kinds because they're better in every way. The tea is superb, rich, delicious. Famous for flavor, Tender Leaf brand tea. And this is a convenient way to serve it. In filter paper tea balls. The filter paper used for Tenderleaf tea balls is absolutely tasteless and insoluble, so your tea is never marred by stray leaves. It's solid pleasure, a cup of quick comfort when you need it most. Put in a supply so you never run out. Save money, too. Ask your grocer for the big box of 48 Tenderleaf brand tea balls.
Ladies and gentlemen, last week Ralph Edwards started his new Miss Hush contest. Tonight, we can't bring you Miss Hush, but we can bring you Mr. Big Mouth. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Portland, what is this Miss Hush business? Do you know who Miss Hush is?
Well, I don't even know who Miss Reingold is.
Do you know who you are?
Of course.
I just wanted to make sure. I know you couldn't be Miss Reingold because Miss Reingold has a head. But tell me what's new, Portland.
The British Broadcasting Corporation is going to broadcast Princess Elizabeth's wedding.
I wonder what they'll call the program.
Queen for a day.
Say, it's only one man's opinion, but that is very good.
I just made it up.
You just made it up? No kidding. What do I need with writers? Why, for a half-hour program, I can just throw you a couple of straight lines, stand back, and let you cut loose. I sense it. Something tells me that.
You're not kidding.
You mean?
I know how to make up jokes.
You do?
There's a piece in that new magazine, 47.
Oh, I saw that in the November issue of 47. A writer who used to work with us, Herman Woke, tells how radio writers make up their jokes.
It's easy.
Really? Mm-hmm. Let me hear you make up a joke right now. No help from the audience, please. All right, make up a joke.
All right. A basketball team is chasing a football team down the street. What time is it?
A basketball team chasing a football team, what time is it?
5 after 11.
I was wrong. I do need writers. Tell me, what else is new?
A recent poll shows that 30% of the people in Cincinnati have never heard of the UN.
Well, it comes out even. 70% of the UN have never heard of Cincinnati. Tell me, what is your last clipping there?
The Treasury Department says that the life of a $10 bill is 3 years.
Really? Do you think the life of a $10 bill is only 3 years?
Well, I don't know. I never had one die on my hands.
You had one die on your hands right then. The joke in one hand and the $10 bill in the other. Tell me, have you ever seen a $7 bill?
No.
I have one here from the gas company. I hope we both live to be as old as that joke is. And as decrepit and as bent as the writer is who brought it in this afternoon. I fell out of his wheelchair as he was going by on his way to work for Red Skelton. I let him go. His wheelchair used to squeak at conferences, so I said, out with you in the chair. But before I get any, that was a writer who got sick of standing for comedians, got his own wheelchair and was sitting down for them. And before I get any older, Portland, I am leaving for Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, recently, an authority on music, I think it was Jack Eigen, I'm not quite sure, but this authority on music said that swing is on its way out and sweet music is coming into favor. And so our question is, what type of music do you prefer, sweet or swing?
Shall we go?
As one button said to the other button on the fat man's vest, I am popping off. It's so good to get back to Allen's Alley, Portland, with the elite. I guess the senator's leaving for Washington. Look, his bindle is packed on the front step there. Well, let's knock.
I see somebody's trying to rouse old Senator Clackle.
Well, yes.
Oh, it's you, son.
Yeah.
Well, let me shake that thing that's hanging out of your sleeve. Well, open up there, son. Tell me, what do you know for sure?
Well, Senator?
Stop jabbing, son. Give me both valves. I'm busier than Vyshinsky's interpreter.
Now, wait a minute.
I've been down in Washington grilling them picture people about communism.
Oh, you've been down there?
I ain't never trusted Hollywood since I've seen that Lum and Abner picture.
Yeah?
Lum was phoning Abner, and he was using the party line.
Party line? Well, have you found any other propaganda?
I sure have. One movie I saw, it was Weekend at the YMCA.
Yeah.
Right near the end of the picture, the boy and girl is eating dinner. There's a close-up of a big combination salad.
And you?
As soon as I seen that salad, I had them trapped.
The salad was propaganda?
On that combination salad, they had Russian dressing.
But, Senator...
I'm too slick for them, son. I know all the ins and outs. As old Flowerbag said, I've been through the mill.
How do you think the Red investigation will end up, Senator?
Well, son, if the Senate don't quit throwing money around on these investigations, the whole country's going to end up in the red.
Well,
in the red, that is.
I heard it. The first time, Senator. Tell it was my misfortune to be close enough to hear it the second time. Tell me... How do you feel about this music trend? Do you think that swing music is giving way to sweet?
Well, there's only one thing we're afraid of down in Washington, son.
Yes?
Whether it's sweet or swing.
Yes?
In 1948, us Democrats have got to face the music. So on, son. So on.
Well, unless Mr. Petrillo changes his mind, by 1948, no politician will be able to take a look at the record. Say, I wonder... I just said that to fill in time. We had 5 seconds. What was I going to do? Stand around and look at this? I wonder if Mr. Moody is still up.
Howdy, Bob.
Tell me, Mr. Moody, what about this trend of music from swing to sweet?
Why, it can't come too soon to please me.
You don't like swing music?
No.
You don't?
You can have your ragtime shouters and your calypso singers.
The calypso singers, too,
I'll take Burl Ives and Red Poley and Salty Dog Holmes.
I see.
I tell you, when Burl Ives strums his guitar and sings the Big Rock Candy Mountain, tears come to my eyes.
Tears, eh?
Yeah. And when Red Poley sings, she left an old mother who just didn't know of the sin neath the bright city lights. Then them tears just roll down my vest into my watch pocket.
I see.
Between Burl and Red, my watch is always rusty.
Well, I can see that music affects you easily. Do you play any instrument?
Why, I used to play the zither, but my lap got tender. I had to give it up.
Do you sing?
Only in the bathtub.
The bathtub, eh?
I ain't sung since last spring.
Well, don't you ever dance?
No, last time I danced cured me.
Well, what happened?
Why, it was a church social.
Yeah?
I was introduced to this cutie from Kansas City.
I see.
She was hot stuff.
Yeah?
She was wearing a cat o' nine tails corsage and bulldog shoes.
She was hot.
Yeah. Well, the band started playing. We was doing the Portland Fancy.
Uh-huh.
I kept twirling her.
Yeah?
And I noticed she was growing.
Oh, really?
I finally says, Kid, it seems to me you're getting taller.
Uh-huh.
She says, I know. I got a wooden leg and you're twirling me the wrong way. So long, man.
So long. Oh, well, let's try this next door.
Howdy, kiddo.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum. Tell me, what are you doing with that popcorn bag?
Last night I'm going to the movies.
Uh-huh.
It is a short picture.
I see.
I'm having popcorn left over.
Oh, with a short picture. Tell me, what picture did you see?
It is a new one, Walt Disney.
Oh, Disney?
They are calling it Fun with Fancy Could Be Free.
Oh. Well, what is the picture about?
Well, in the zoo is a little bear, a puppy bear.
Uh-huh.
It is named Bongo.
Is Bongo a cinnamon bear?
Who could tell the flavor?
That's right. It might have been peppermint.
Oh, Tutti Frutti it could be also,
Possibly.
yes.
Well, now, Mrs. Nussbaum, about this music trend.
Only one kind of music is not changing.
Not sweet or swing?
Hillbilly music, country style.
Oh, what do you know about rustic music?
Every summer summer I'm spending by David Doff's Dude Ranch, my vacation.
Well, fine, but where does the music come in?
Well, every night by the corral is square dancing.
Square dancing?
And all the dances I am calling. Yippee!
You call the dances. How do they sound?
Swing your partner. Who is caring? You are the onion, she's the herring. Turn to the right, use your noodle. Do-si-do and shake your strudel. Shake your strudel. Thank you.
Thank you. Here we are. And here we are at the last shanty in Allen's Alley.
Oh, remember the letters of penny for flavored nutrition economy. Green bonnet margarine.
Wait a minute, Mr. Cassidy. That's blue bonnet margarine.
In my neighborhood, me boy, the bonnet is green.
Tell me, Ajax, what is your reaction to this music trend?
Oh, sure, I seen the handwriting on the hurdy-gurdy, so to speak.
Something told you swing was through?
Oh, no, me boy, it was bruited about. The Gene Cooper was trying to sell his drum to the Salvation Army.
I see.
The next day, Chibaba fell off the hit parade.
And you saw other signs that swing was finished?
Kerrigan took out his jukebox. He hired a band.
A band, eh?
Mm-hmm. Guy Lombrady and his Royal Hibernian.
Guy Lombrady?
Playing the sweetest music this side of 3rd Avenue.
What sort of a band does Guy have?
Well, it's 2 bagpipes, 3 oboes, a concertina, and a hot water bottle.
Well, what is the hot water bottle for?
The concertina player's got arthritis.
Tell me, how do you feel about sweet music yourself, Mr. Cassidy?
Oh, I have an intense aversion to all music, and that goes for Toscanini and Spike Jones, too.
Really?
I even carry rocks with me to throw at nightingales.
Well, why?
Well, some years ago, I had the misfortune to listen to a musical selection.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it led to all my troubles.
But,
Turned me from a gay, carefree bucko to a bitter old bore.
Well, what was this musical selection that ruined your life?
The Wedding March. Goodbye, people.
And as the sun slowly sinks over the roofs of Allen's Alley, we turn to welcome the 5 DeMarco sisters under the skilled guidance of Al Goodman, who will attempt to dominate his orchestra for one night only. The DeMarcos sing Naughty Angeline.
Too many rings on your finger, naughty Angeline. You laugh at romance that lingers, naughty Angeline. You take a heart and you break it just for fun. Someday you break one too many, yours may be the one. Everyone kisses a flower filled with sweet perfume. Nobody kisses a flower after it has lost its bloom. Find someone's arms, Mr. Clayton, baby. Settle down for this time. Cause deep in your heart you're a good little girl. Naughty Angelina. Angelina, Angelina. Can't you hear me calling Angelina? Why don't you find somebody's arms now? Stop playing a part, cause deep in your heart you're a good little girl. Shame on you, naughty, naughty, naughty Angelina.
Thank you. And now a man with a suggestion.
A tip like this is worth a lot when you're shopping these days. It's something to remember. If mealtime is often spoiled in your home because it's such an effort to coax your children to eat their vegetables, listen carefully. You can now give your children the goodness of 8 different vegetables in a delicious drink they'll love. Just give them V8 vegetable juices. V8 is one of the most enticing drinks that's ever been concocted. And here's the important thing. Every tempting sip of V8 contains the goodness from 8 different vegetables. Tomatoes and beets of the red variety, lettuce, spinach, watercress, parsley, and celery of the leafy green variety, carrots of the yellow variety. Thus, when you serve V8, your children get both the goodness and variety of 8 different vegetables. Get V8 vegetable juices tomorrow. Give it to your children for lunch, dinner, or between meals. They'll love V8, and it's really good for them.
You have just heard a few bars of Near You, played by Maestro Al Goodman, and 25 reasons why he doesn't have his own program. Now, ladies, say, Portland.
Yes?
Will you make a note that our guest next Sunday is Maurice Chevalier, the famous French star?
I'll mark it down. Next Sunday, Maurice Chevalier.
Capital C with Chevalier. Yes. And now will you hand me that movie manuscript on the piano there?
Movie manuscript?
Yes, it's the story of my life. Hollywood is making everybody's life these days. Anyone who has lived long enough to last through 5 reels can sell his story to a picture company.
Which studio is going to do your picture?
The only Hollywood producer who hasn't been investigated. Mr. Cecil B. Schmidlap. And that reminds me, I have an appointment with Mr. Schmidlap tonight, Portland. He's going to read my script. I'll see you later. I'll be back. This is the office. What's this sign? Eagle Beagle Productions. If it's a beagle picture, you know it's a dog. Well, I'll go in.
Fred Allen.
Jack Haley. Gee, yes. Jack, what are you doing here in Schmidlap's office?
I'm going to sell him my life story.
Well, I'm going to sell him my life story, too.
But I thought 20th Century Fox made a picture about your life.
What picture?
Nightmare Alley.
I think we're in it here. Now, look, Jack, we both can't sell our lives.
But, Fred, how can they make your life? Nothing's ever happened to you. The picture will come out as short.
Well, Jack.
Well, even as a baby, you were a nobody.
You were a celebrity?
Well, when I was 2 months old, my picture was in every magazine and newspaper in the country.
Your picture?
Yeah, I was holding my bottle that said, Little Jackie Haley has switched to Carnation.
But later, Jack, we were kids together.
Yeah, and you were a pretty old kid, too, as I remember. You had varicose veins in kindergarten.
Not fallen arches I had in kindergarten. Why, when I was a boy in Boston, I worked in the public library.
And what a soft job you had.
Soft job?
Why, in those days, only 3 books had been written, and 2 of them were banned in Boston.
Say, remember when we both went into vaudeville together?
Oh, I sure do. Remember that rooming house we used to live in, Mother Shapiro's? Rooms, 50 cents a night?
With a door on the room, it was 75.
And those rats in Mother Shapiro's, were they big? One rat was a bellboy.
If you didn't tip him, he'd eat a hole in your bag. Say, remember that lunch wagon we used to eat in?
Yeah, one of the wheels was missing.
The lunch wagon slanted. You had to eat everything uphill.
And those meals, beans, pie, and coffee for a dime.
Beans, pie, and coffee.
Yeah, many a spoon I bent trying to stir that coffee.
Remember some of those vaudeville acts we used to work with?
Yeah, do you remember Sadie the snake charmer?
Sadie kept her stockings up with 2 garter snakes.
Do you remember? Shall I wait? I just want to...
I told him to put that laugh in an incubator, see what happened to it later in life.
You remember Sam, the big cobra Sadie had?
What happened to Sam, the cobra?
Well, Sam swallowed a pool cue in Des Moines. He couldn't coil up to go to sleep. Sam died of insomnia.
Sam died, eh?
Yeah, I went to the funeral.
Say, I've never seen a snake's funeral. What was it like?
The coffin was 29 feet long.
My gosh.
Yes, they had Sam lying in state in the Holland Tunnel.
Sam was a good snake, Jack. You know, he used to get delirium tremens and see men.
You remember Fifi and her dancing bear?
Well, I saw the bear the other day. He's working for Arthur Murray. Studio in Alaska, I think. Say, I wonder whatever became of Waldo and his elephant.
Oh, the elephant died of ptomaine.
Oh.
He got a bad peanut in Duluth.
I remember one time in Sioux City, 2 trucks full of bicarbonate drove up to the theater. The elephant had indigestion. Well, after he finished the second trunk load of bicarbonate, the elephant burped and blew the back out of the theater. Aloha, I remember.
With all these experiences, my life will make a smash hit.
Well, my life is no B picture, remember.
Gentlemen, Mr. Schmidlap will see you now through this door, please.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Schmidlap?
Come in, boys. You're just in time. Have I got trouble?
Mr. Schmidlap, we have 2 scenarios.
Who needs scenarios? I'm in the movie business. All my popcorn machines are running dry. I need 400 pounds of butter.
Well, I have written my life story.
And I've written mine.
I'm sorry, boys. I'm sorry. Single lives in pictures today are passé. The public wants doubles.
Doubles?
I'm closing a deal to make the lives of Sears and Roebuck, Abercrombie and Fitch.
I've got it, Mr. Schmidlap. We can combine our lives.
Gad, Haley, and Allen. We'll be bigger than Park and Tilford.
What do you say, Mr. Schmidlap?
Boys, you won't believe this, but I can't visualize it.
No, I won't believe it. Tell me why. Why, let me explain, Mr. Schmidlap.
Yeah?
Now, our picture opens with a blare of trumpets.
Cecil B. Schmidlap Productions presents the Haley and Allen story.
The year is 1900. The city is Boston.
The picture opens on Beacon Street.
Hold it. No, boys. Beacon Street is out.
Well, Beacon Street?
We worked Beacon Street to death in the late George Apley. We got to have something new.
But we were both born on Beacon Street.
Wait a minute. I've got it. The whole opening is out. You're 19 years old when you're born. All right, what's next?
Well, next, the scene is the Harvard campus. As the picture starts, we see 2 Harvard men chatting.
I say, Frederick, isn't it exciting? Our first prom.
Yes, John. This is my first date, too. I'm nervous.
Oh, there's nothing to be frightened about. They're Wellesley girls.
I'm trembling.
You are? Hasn't your father told you about the birds and the bees?
Only about the birds.
He hasn't told you about the bees?
Well, nobody told Father about the bees. Father was 62 before he knew what honey was. But what do I do when the girls get here?
I'll tell you what I did last night. I was out with a blonde Lulu, a candy kiddo.
Gee whiz.
I drove her home in my Stutz Bearcat.
John.
We were standing in the vestibule.
John.
Nobody was around.
Oh, John.
I opened my raccoon coat, whipped out my mandolin, and played Sweet Marie.
I'm fainting.
As I prepared to leave, Miss Tessie said, John, aren't you going to kiss me?
Heaven.
Kiss you, you brazen flossy, I said. I'm a Harvard man. With that, I picked up my mandolin and strode out of the vestibule. Oh, here come the girls. Wave your pennant.
Say, who is that fellow with them?
He has a saxophone. Hi-ho, everybody.
A Yale man.
Hold it, that's out.
It's out?
We can't make any college pictures.
No college pictures?
They give our producers an inferiority complex.
Oh, wow.
All right, what's next?
The big dramatic climax. It's 20 years later. America's foremost surgeon is Dr. J. Haley. In the charity ward of a Bowery hospital, a derelict lies on the operating table. The nurse prepares him for a delicate brain operation. Dr. Haley, clad in gauze dungarees, rubber mittens, and antiseptic hip boots, enters the operating room.
Ready, nurse?
Ready, Dr. Haley?
Remove his hat.
All right, Doctor.
Scalpel.
Scalpel.
Forceps.
Forceps.
Blotter.
Blotter.
Dipper.
Dipper.
There you are. His head looks like a briefcase, but he will live.
Dr. Haley, you've worked a miracle. Will you sign this derelict's chart?
Nurse, the name on this chart. It's Fred Allen.
So what?
He's a Harvard man.
A Harvard man?
Nurse, erase where it says Fred Allen, drunken bum.
Yes, Doctor.
Put down Fred Allen, man of distinction.
Hold it. No, the surgery is out.
What?
Dr. Kildare makes all the medical pictures. Now, let me hear the rest.
The rest? Well, all we have left is the big class reunion.
Now, what happened?
Why, we sing.
So it's a musical. Why didn't you say so? Let's hear the song.
Many years ago, we met in Boston. In those good old days, we didn't have a bean.
And when you didn't have a bean in Boston, brother, your brown bread would look mighty lonesome. To always be good friends, we made a vow. We meant it, that's why we're together now. Pals, pals, we'll always be pals. What you do is okay with me.
Pals, pals, just regular pals. What you do will suit me to a T. You can have all my money, my silver and gold.
I'll give you my jokes, the ones that I've told. Good friends, we'll be till we're old, because we're pals, pals, pals.
We have been pals for a long time, haven't we, Fred?
That's true, Jack.
You know, I don't want to appear sentimental, but I'd like to take this opportunity publicly to tell you just how I feel about you as a friend.
Well, thanks a lot, Jack. I appreciate it.
You know, Fred, there's nothing that I wouldn't do for you.
I know that, Jack.
You have so much it's difficult for me to express myself. Do you like this tie?
Yes, it's lovely. Very pretty tie.
You may have it.
Oh, now, don't take your tie off, Jack. No, I don't want your necktie. No, please, Jack. No, don't. I don't want your necktie. Oh, gee, thanks a lot, Jack. Isn't that lovely?
You know, Fred, there's nothing I wouldn't do for you.
I appreciate that, Jack.
Do you need any blood?
No, I don't.
You look kind of white.
Well, I'm loaded, Jack. Honestly, I couldn't do another.
Won't you take just a little blood?
No, thanks.
Has anybody out there got a razor blade?
No, don't, Jack. Don't open a vein just on my account. Please, don't, please. I don't need it.
But I just want to show you, Fred, there's nothing that I wouldn't do.
I appreciate that, Jack, and you're my best friend, too. There's nothing I would... Why, I'd give you the shirt off my back.
I know you would, Fred.
No, you're laughing, Jack.
Well,
you don't think I'd give you the shirt off my back. Listen, Jack, when I tell a fellow, a friend of mine, Jack, believe me, you can have this shirt. There, Jack, there's the shirt off my back. I don't know. Friend is a friend.
Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that wonderful? He gave me the shirt off his back. Least he could have done was have it laundered. Well, if you think I'm going to stand here and see you give me the shirt off
Jack,
your
no,
back...
I don't, Jack. Please don't give me that. I'm no Indian giver.
Oh, that's all right. I don't need this shirt.
I don't. Jack, if you're going to do that for me... Now, wait a minute. If you give me your shirt, Jack, I've got to give you something, too. I'm going to give you...
Not your pants, Fred. Not your pants. Oh.
Because we're pals. 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 Before we remind you to remember Tenderleaf Tea and Bluebonnet Margarine on your shopping days, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Jack Haley for dropping by tonight. Next week, our guest will be Maurice Chevalier. Thank you and good night. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.